nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu.
Karibu nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu wetu.
Karibu, karibu nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu.
Karibu nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu wetu. Nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu tunayo furaha tele. Karibu nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu wetu. Nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu tunayo furaha tele. Karibu nyumbani mwa Bwana Mungu wetu.
Karibu vijana nyumbani mwa Bwana.
Ewe msikilizaji wa Radio Jangwani, sisi tunakujali na kukuenzi kila wakati. Asante kwa kuichagua Radio Jangwani, kituo bora ukanda wa kaskazini mwa nchi. Iwapo una maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu, usikose kuwasiliana nasi muda wote kila siku. Zipo njia mwafaka zilizowekwa na kuhakikiwa na serikali ili kuwasilisha maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na matangazo yetu, vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu. Fanya vile kupitia nambari 0741 588 736 au 0727 915 380, au pia unaweza ukatuandikia email kupitia radiojangwani106.3fm@gmail.com. Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
Amaleo ya Radio namba moja Fafa Yuma Marsabit County Lageni Sampadada 6.3 FM Tuko na Kiswahili kirenile kisaburu
Sira nagitibili, sira nagibarbarishere, sira nagitadare Kendo montaipo keito libotboniti Pwede ba kung manitinin torokaden? Lebaw hatin nakita tumaga Maatan turukwan
Tuko ndani ya Samburu Isiolo wajil Marsabit Radio namba moja Radio Jangwani
Joko Jangwani ya kadya
106.3 FM Radio Jangwani Baragumu
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo
Radio Jangwani
Radio namba moja toka kaunti ya Marsabit.
Radio Jangwani
inapendwa na watoto, vijana mpaka wazee.
Radio Jangwani
baragumu ya faraja na furaha.
Radio Jangwani
Tuko Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo mpaka Wajir, tuko ndani. Ni lugha gani unataka?
Radio Jangwani
Kiswahili iko Rendile, Samburu, Borana.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo yo.
Radio Jangwani
Radio Jangwani baragumu ya faraja.
Kama sinamaliza kurasa kukusifia, matusi naiona basata wakinifungia.
Ungependa kusikiliza kituo kinachokupa burudani tosha, kukuelimisha na kukupa habari kemkem zisizoegemea upande mmoja?
Na kama penzi ni chupa la bia, ni pesa na mlevi, ni umbe njia.
Basi usitafute kwingine, kwani Radio Jangwani ndio makao makuu ya kukupa raha hiyo kupitia vipindi vyetu vya Kiswahili, Kirendile, Kisamburu na Kiborana. Kila siku ya wiki usipitwe na mashamsham isiyokuwa na kifani.
Eti wanani huyu wa mimi, eti wanani wa mimi, ichi kifacha nani cha mimi, eti wanani huku napewa nyama, nyama kwa nyama, sijui wewe huku.
Every day I'm singing Hosanna, I just found an angel. Hosanna.
Radio Jangwani, ama kweli ndio baragumu ya faraja.
to express our heartfelt welcome to all those who have traveled from the different countries of our region. May you feel at home here in Kenya, Karibu Nyumbani, a nation blessed with a vibrant church and a rich tradition of faith, which is honored to host this important ecclesial gathering. As the bishops of Eastern Africa come together to pray, reflect, and discern, united by this year's theme on the church synodal journey with young people, we entrust the work of this assembly to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, confident that these days will strengthen the bonds of communion and renew our shared commitment to the mission of the Church. Although he is not physically present, the Holy Father wishes to accompany this assembly with his spiritual closeness, his prayers, and his encouragement. It is therefore my honor to read the message that His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State, conveys on behalf of His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. To the Most Reverend Charles Joseph Sampacasonde, Bishop of Solwezi, President of the Amecea. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV greets you and your brother bishops gathered in Nairobi from the 18th to the 25th of July on the occasion of the 21st Plenary Assembly of the Association of Member Episcopal Conferences in Eastern Africa. Mindful of the Assembly's theme, Amecea's Synodal Journey with Young People, Building Bridges of Communion, Hope, Justice, and Good Governance, His Holiness congratulates you for recognizing young people not only as the future of the Church, but as an essential part of her present, called to walk together in the synodal journey and to contribute actively to the Church's mission. Indeed, in a world marked by division, poverty, conflict, and uncertainty, the Holy Father encourages renewed trust in Christ our hope and in the capacity of young people to be agents of transformation. As he invites Amecea to continue building bridges of communion by fostering dialogue, formation, and integrity in leadership, Pope Leo XIV entrusts all participants to the maternal protection of Mary, Mother of the Church, and imparts his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace and hope in the Lord. From Rome, Pietro Cardinal Parolin, the Secretary of State. We give a round of applause. May God continue to bless you all in this journey of synodality, dialogue, and cooperation. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
Kindly let us give a better applause to the message of the Holy Father. That's not loud enough. Increase the volume. Volume knob. Makofi kiasi jameni. Nimepatiwa kazi ngumu.
Amaleoya. Radio namba moja. Fafa Yuma. Marsabit County. Lageni Sampadada. 6.3 FM. Tuko na Kiswahili kirenile kisaburu.
Sira na kitibiri, sira na barbarishere, sira na kitadare. Kando montaipo keito bot boniti. Pene ben kama nitene torokaden. Leba hata nakada tumaga. Mata turukwan.
Tuko ndani ya Samburu Isiolo Wajir. Marsabit Radio namba moja. Radio Jangwani.
Radio Jangwani ya kadhia.
106.3 FM Radio Jangwani. Baragumu ya faraja.
Like working in the context of time, they keep time. When they are hungry, it's time for eating. So I'll be brief. Your Excellency, Michael Cardinal Cheney, Prefect of the Dicastery for Promotion of Integral Human Development, here present, Your Excellency, Bishop Charles Kasonde, the Chairperson of the AMACEA, and the Bishop of Sulawesi Diocese in Zambia, Your Excellencies, Your Eminences, Your Graces, Monsignor Luciano, and all Monsignors here present, distinguished delegates, Very Reverend Professor Father Stephen Mbugwa, the Vice Chancellor, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, distinguished government people who are here present, the clergy, religious men and women present, our beloved people of God, our dearest young people here in big numbers. God is good, and all the time. Pilgrims of hope, and together in prayer. Are you hopeless? No. So you say louder. Pilgrims of hope, and together in prayer. So karibuni sana Nairobi. Tuseme wote karibuni sana Nairobi. Let us all joyfully welcome our guests kwa makofi na shangwe. And on behalf of the entire clergy and Catholic faithful in the Archdiocese of Nairobi, it is my singular honor to welcome you all here. We at the Metropolitan of Nairobi are considering it a great blessing and an honor to be hosting the 21st AMACEA Plenary Assembly and to be at your service, especially the young people to be at the service of other young ones. We are truly humbled to have all of you present, and we hope that this week gives you an experience of faith, warmth, and the energy and the vibrancy of the church in Kenya, the church in Nairobi. Young people, do you agree with me? Do you agree with me?
Jina la Maria linaiponya nafsi yangu.
Mama Maria.
Jina la Maria laufurahisha moyo wangu.
Mama Maria.
Jina la Maria laiburudisha akili yangu. Jina la Maria ni matibabu ya imani yangu. Jina Maria. Jina la Maria linanipa nguvu. Jina la Maria linanipa ujasiri. Jina la Maria linaniunganisha na Mungu. Hilo ni jina takatifu. Jina Maria lanifanya niwe msafi, msafi rohoni hadi moyoni mwangu. Jina Maria linaniponya sana nafsi yangu. Jina Maria. Jina la Maria linanipa nguvu. Jina la Maria linanipa ujasiri. Jina la Maria linaniunganisha na Mungu. Hilo ni jina takatifu. Jina Maria lanifanya niwe msafi, msafi rohoni hadi moyoni mwangu. Jina Maria linaniponya sana nafsi yangu.
Jina la Maria linaleta amani nyingi.
Mama Maria,
Jina la Maria linaleta faraja nyingi.
Mama Maria,
Jina la Maria linaleta neema nyingi. Jina la Maria ni matibabu ya imani yangu.
Jina Maria, Jina la Maria linanipa nguvu. Jina la Maria linanipa ujasiri. Jina la Maria linaniunganisha na Mungu. Hilo ni jina takatifu. Jina Maria lanifanya niwe msafi, msafi rohoni hadi moyoni mwangu. Jina Maria linaniponya sana nafsi yangu. Jina Maria, Jina la Maria linanipa nguvu. Jina la Maria linanipa ujasiri. Jina la Maria linaniunganisha na Mungu. Hilo ni jina takatifu. Jina Maria lanifanya niwe msafi, msafi rohoni hadi moyoni mwangu. Jina Maria linaniponya sana nafsi yangu. Jina la Maria ndilo jina lenye utukufu.
Mama Maria,
Jina la Maria ndilo jina takatifu.
Mama Maria,
Jina la Maria ndilo jina twalisifu. Jina la Maria ni matibabu ya imani yetu. Jina Maria, Jina la Maria linanipa nguvu. Jina la Maria linanipa ujasiri. Jina la Maria linaniunganisha na Mungu. Hilo ni jina takatifu. Jina Maria lanifanya niwe msafi, msafi rohoni hadi moyoni mwangu. Jina Maria linaniponya sana nafsi yangu. Jina Maria, Jina la Maria linanipa nguvu. Jina la Maria linanipa ujasiri. Jina la Maria linaniunganisha na Mungu. Hilo ni jina takatifu. Jina Maria lanifanya niwe msafi, msafi rohoni hadi moyoni mwangu. Jina Maria linaniponya sana nafsi yangu.
Amaleoya
Radio namba moja
Fafa Yuma
Marsabit County
Nageni Sampadada
6.3 FM Tuko na Kiswahili Kirenile Kisaburu
Sira nagitibiri, sira gabarbarshire, sira nagitadare Kendo montaipo Keito botboniti Pene ben kama nitene torokaden Lema hati nakdan tumaga Maata turukwan
Tuko ndani ya Samburu Isiolo Wajir Marsabit Radio namba moja Radio Jangwani
Radio Jangwani ya kadhia
106.3 FM Radio Jangwani, Baragumu ya Afrika.
Ewe msikilizaji wa Radio Jangwani, sisi tunakujali na kukuenzi kila wakati. Asante kwa kuichagua Radio Jangwani, kituo bora ukanda wa kaskazini mwa nchi. Iwapo una maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu, usikose kuwasiliana nasi muda wote kila siku. Zipo njia mwafaka zilizowekwa na kuhakikiwa na serikali ili kuwasilisha maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na matangazo yetu, vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu. Fanya vile kupitia nambari 0741 588 736 au 0727 915 380 au pia unaweza ukatuandikia email kupitia radiojangwani106.3fm@gmail.com. Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo yo.
Radio Jangwani
Radio namba 1 toka kaunti ya Marsabit.
Radio Jangwani
inapendwa na watoto, vijana mpaka wazee.
Radio Jangwani
Baragumu ya faraja na furaha.
Radio Jangwani
Tuko Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo mpaka Wajir, tuko ndani. Ni lugha gani unataka?
Radio Jangwani
Kiswahili iko Rendile, Samburu, Borana.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo yo.
Radio Jangwani
Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
I wish in a particular way to express our heartfelt welcome to all those who have traveled from the different countries of our region. May you feel at home here in Kenya, Karibu Nyumbani, a nation blessed with a vibrant church and a rich tradition of faith, which is honored to host this important ecclesial gathering. As the bishops of Eastern Africa come together to pray, reflect, and discern, united by this year's theme on the church synodal journey with young people, we entrust the work of this assembly to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, confident that these days will strengthen the bonds of communion and renew our shared commitment to the mission of the church. Although he is not physically present, the Holy Father wishes to accompany this assembly with his spiritual closeness, his prayers, and his encouragement. It is therefore my honor to read the message that His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State, conveys on behalf of His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. To the Most Reverend Charles Joseph Sampacasonde, Bishop of Solwezi, President of the AMACEA. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV greets you and your brother bishops gathered in Nairobi from the 18th to the 25th of July on the occasion of the 21st Plenary Assembly of the Association of Member Episcopal Conferences in Eastern Africa. Mindful of the Assembly's theme, Amecea's Synodal Journey with Young People, Building Bridges of Communion, Hope, Justice, and Good Governance, His Holiness congratulates you for recognizing young people not only as the future of the Church, but as an essential part of her present, called to walk together in the synodal journey and to contribute actively to the Church's mission. Indeed, in a world marked by division, poverty, conflict, and uncertainty, the Holy Father encourages renewed trust in Christ our hope and in the capacity of young people to be agents of transformation. As he invites Amecea to continue building bridges of communion by fostering dialogue, formation, and integrity in leadership, Pope Leo XIV entrusts all participants to the maternal protection of Mary, Mother of the Church, and imparts his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace and hope in the Lord. From Rome, Pietro Cardinal Parolin, the Secretary of State. We give a round of applause. May God continue to bless you all in this journey of synodality, dialogue, and cooperation. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
Kindly let us give a better applause to the message of the Holy Father. That's not loud enough. Increase the volume. Volume knob. Makofi kiasi jameni. Nimepatiwa kazi ngumu.
Amaleoya.
Radio namba 1
Fafa Yuma.
Marsabit County.
Lageni Sampadada.
106.3 FM.
sira na kita beri, sira na barbar shere, sira na kita dare. Kendo montai po kita buat boniti. PLENERY kebanyakan torokaden, mau hati nak dan tumaga, makan turukan.
Tuko ndani ya Samburu Isiolo Wajir Marsabit Radio namba moja Radio Jangwani
Radio Jangwani ya kadya
106.3 FM Radio Jangwani, Baragumu ya Faraja.
Like working in the context of time, they keep time. When they are hungry, it's time for eating. So I'll be brief. Your Excellency Michael Cardinal Cheney, Prefect of the Dicastery for Promotion of Integral Human Development, here present. Your Excellency Bishop Charles Kasonde, the chairperson of the AMACEA and the Bishop of Sulawesi Diocese in Zambia, Your Excellencies, Your Eminences, Your Graces, Monsignor Luciano, and all Monsignors here present, distinguished delegates, Very Reverend Professor Father Stephen Bugwa, the Vice Chancellor, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, distinguished government people who are here present, the clergy, religious men and women present, our beloved people of God, our dearest young people here in big numbers. God is good, and all the time. Pilgrims of hope, and together in prayer. Are you hopeless? So you say louder. Pilgrims of hope, and together in prayer. So karibuni sana Nairobi. Tuseme wote karibuni sana Nairobi. Let us all joyfully welcome our guests kwa makofi na shangwe. And on behalf of the entire clergy and Catholic faithful in the Archdiocese of Nairobi, it is my singular honor to welcome you all here. We, at the Metropolitan of Nairobi, are considering it a great blessing and an honor to be hosting the 21st AMACEA Plenary Assembly and to be at your service, especially the young people to be at the service of other young ones. We are truly humbled to have all of you present, and we hope that this week gives you an experience of faith, warmth, and the energy and the vibrancy of the church in Kenya, the church in Nairobi. Young people, do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? It is nice to be here. It is wonderful to be here. It is na na na. And it is wa wa wa. It is nice to be here. And it's indeed wonderful to be here. As we gather in the spirit of synodality, with our hearts and minds especially focused on our young people, the story of Emmaus, the disciples, remains a profound reflection of how Jesus is ever walking with his disciples. Just like he was with them, may we find him within us. May we feel our hearts burning as we listen with him and to him. May we, just like those two disciples, keep calling out to him. Stay with us, Lord. Mane nobiscum Domini. Kaa nasi Bwana. Kaa nasi, tusema wote pamoja. Stay with us, Lord.
Stay with us, Lord.
Above all, may we and the young people continually discover Jesus as the two disciples of Emmaus did at the breaking of bread in such lively and faith-filled encounters at the Mass that we have celebrated today. The Lord is close to all, but especially to those who are feeling lost in their lives, those who are feeling distraught, those who are disappointed and exhausted. May the experience of our Lord in this very lively Mass remind us that he is ever with us. We should not despair, as we were told today, the message of the Cardinal who represented us, who represents the Holy Father to us, the message of the Holy Father. Let us be trusting in God and hope in him that he is with us. I conclude that it is my earnest hope that this significant opening Mass, but also the entire plenary of the youth and its agenda, confirms to all the young people present, to all young people in Amecea, and all young people, the whole world, and to all of us here, the message of the Holy Father and the messages that we have been given along the line by Holy Fathers. One, Pope Francis said also, young people are not just the future of the church, but they are now the future of God's, the presence of God in the midst. And my dear young people, remember the exhortation of St. Paul, who tells us, let no one despair, let no one despise you for your youth, but set the believers an example in speech, in conduct, in love, and in faith, and in purity. Do not be afraid to live your faith to the full. Allow the Holy Spirit to inspire you and to guide you to that joyful and courageous witness which was characterized and very characteristic up to now of the gospel proclaimed to you today. Once more, karibuni sana Kenya. Karibu Nairobi. Karibu Kwea. Karibuni Kangemi. Na karibu nyumbani wote. Kangemi tufanye ngemi 3. 1, 2, 3. Ongeza 1. Na nyingine. Are you happy? If you are happy, tell your friend you are happy. I'm happy. And if you are happy and you know, clap your hands. Go on. And you're happy and you know, clap your hands. And you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. You can go on and go on and go on. Sawa. But then let us be happy na roho safi. Na roho kuwakaribisha wageni wetu. Take care of them and God will take care of you. Sawa. Asante. May God bless you.
A round of applause for Archbishop Philip. Thank you. Thank you. It is my honor to invite His Grace, Most Reverend Archbishop Anthony Muheria to come forward.
Ewe msikilizaji wa Radio Jangwani, sisi tunakujali na kukuenzi kila wakati. Asante kwa kuichagua Radio Jangwani, kituo bora ukanda wa kaskazini mwa nchi. Iwapo una maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu, usikose kuwasiliana nasi muda wote kila siku. Zipo njia mwafaka zilizowekwa na kuhakikiwa na serikali ili kuwasilisha maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na matangazo yetu, vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu. Fanya vile kupitia nambari 0741 588 736 au 0727 915 380, au pia unaweza ukatuandikia email kupitia radiojangwani106.3fm@gmail.com. Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo.
Radio Jangwani,
Radio namba 1 toka kaunti ya Marsabit.
Radio Jangwani,
inapendwa na watoto, vijana mpaka wazee.
Radio Jangwani,
Baragumu ya faraja na furaha.
Radio Jangwani,
Tuko Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo mpaka Wajir, tuko ndani. Ni lugha gani unataka?
Radio Jangwani,
Kiswahili iko Rendile, Samburu, Borana.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo.
Radio Jangwani,
Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
Your Eminence, Michael Cardinal Cheney, the Prefect of the Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development and also bringing the presence of the Holy Father here, Pope Leo XIV. And to you, Your Eminences present here, Your Excellency, Archbishop Maurice Muhatia Makumba, the chairman of KCCB, Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, and the Archbishop of Kisumu. Your Grace, Archbishop Philip Anyolo, the Archbishop of Nairobi, with your auxiliaries, Your Excellencies, Archbishops and Bishops, members of the AMACEA present here, and all our brother bishops coming from the US, also represented by Mbisa, and our mother body, SECAM. Priests, religious men and women, our cooperating partners and invited guests, our lay faithful, and all our youth, my brothers and sisters in Christ. 65 years ago, the bishops of Eastern Africa dared to imagine a church working together across our borders and cultures. Today here in Kenya, we are the fruit of that dream. For 65 years of growth in faith, in numbers, and in holiness across our 8-member Episcopal conferences, God alone be praised. To you, Your Eminence, our deep gratitude. you presided over at this Eucharist as the Holy Father's own representative, bringing us the closeness of Peter's successor. More than that, by your presence and your word this morning, you looked into the faces of these, our young people, and you have told them that they matter on their behalf and on behalf of the thousands that they represent across the Amecea region. I thank you for that gracious recognition. We also thank the church in Kenya, which, when asked to host this plenary on short notice, opened its doors without hesitation and has entertained God's angels unawares. As it is said in the letter to the Hebrews, chapter 13, verse 2, to you, KCCB, and the entire family of Kenya, we say asanteni sana. To the young people among us today, St. Paul says, let no one despise you for your youth, but set the believers an example in speech, conduct, love, faith, and purity. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 2. You are few in this hall, in this vicinity here, but you are not few in God's eyes or in this assembly. You stand here to represent thousands of young Catholics across the 11 countries in the Eastern Africa who could not travel to Kenya, but whose hopes you carry. Your bishops are seeing you and listening to you. That is why we chose our theme, AMACEA, Synodal Journey with Young People, building bridges of communion, hope, justice, and good governance. The Synod on Synodality has taught us that the Church discerns God's will by listening. And in this address to the young people, to you, our young people gathered here for the Jubilee of the Youth in August 2025, when you came in full numbers, representing the spirit of youthfulness in our region. Pope Leo XIV even spoke about making use of the internet and new technologies to enhance dialogue amid the many interests that fragment our relationships. Synodality without accompaniment is a theory. Accompaniment without listening is control. This theme holds both together, journeying with our young people, not merely speaking about them. We, the bishops of our Amecea region, make young people our pastoral priority over the next 4 years for 3 reasons. First, to prove that it is worth the effort of young people to have a sense of belonging to this Holy Mother Church, the Catholic Church, for the future of humanity and indeed the future of the Church. And indeed the future of the Church lies in the hands of those who are strong enough to give the coming generations reasons for living and hoping in faith. Second, the Church in Africa has already shown us the way, gathered in Kampala for her Golden Jubilee of the Symposium of Episcopal Conferences of Africa and Madagascar, acronym SECAM, and again in Addis Ababa in 2023, our continental bishops heard the plain fact that 6 in 10 Africans are under 25 years of age. This reality calls for a preferential option for the youth. Third, this is not Amecea's first plenary dedicated to her young people in the region. We have done this before during the 1989 plenary session, when the bishops chose the theme, The Youth on the Move Towards the Year 2000, the hope in the church and in the world. What is new is now the context of synodality itself, journeying with the youth rather than merely being there for them. Finally, our hearts cannot ignore the wounds of our region and our world. Conflict, displacement, families torn by violence. Through Mary, Queen of Peace, we ask God for peace in every troubled corner of Eastern Africa, and that this plenary itself become an instrument of that peace. Your Eminences, Your Excellencies, priests, religious men and women, our young people and all our invited guests, and people of Eastern Africa, let us cherish the peace that we enjoy still in the midst of conflict, but let us remember to pray for our brothers and sisters in war-torn nations, that the Lord in his goodness and kindness may visit their homes. May God bless us all and keep us well, so that we may interact with one another for this 21st AMACEA plenary session. I thank you all. May I now take this opportunity to invite the bridge and the presence of the Holy Father in the nation of Kenya, the Apostolic Nunciature, being guided by the Church Defer, Father Ruchano. Please come forward. Monsignor.
Your Eminence, Michael Cardinal Czerny, Your Lordship, Bishop Charles Kazonde, the Chairman of AMECEA, Your Graces, Your Eminences, Your Graces.
Amaleoya.
Radio namba moja.
Fafa Yuma.
Marsabit County.
Nageni Sampadada.
106.3 FM. Tuko na Kiswahili Kirendile Kisaburu.
Sira na kitibidi, sira na barbarishere, sira na kitadare. Kando montaipo kito botbo niti. PLENERY kapan torokaden. Lembau hati nakran tumaga. Mata turukan.
Tuko ndani ya Samburu Isiolo Wajir. Marsabit Radio namba moja. Radio Jangwani.
Radio Jangwani ya kadya.
106.3 FM Radio Jangwani, Baragumu ya Afrika.
Ewe msikilizaji wa Radio Jangwani, sisi tunakujali na kukuenzi kila wakati. Asante kwa kuichagua Radio Jangwani, kituo bora ukanda wa kaskazini mwa nchi. Iwapo una maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu, usikose kuwasiliana nasi muda wote kila siku. Zipo njia mwafaka zilizowekwa na kuhakikiwa na serikali ili kuwasilisha maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na matangazo yetu, vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu. Fanya vile kupitia nambari 0741 588 736 au 0727 915 380, au pia unaweza ukatuandikia email kupitia radiojangwani106.3fm@gmail.com. Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
We realize that the kingdom is not at all foreign or distant from us. It is very near. It is already among us. But it does demand our awareness and, above all, our concrete involvement. In his encyclical Magnificat Humanitas, Pope Leo writes, "This is the blessing we implore from God and the task that stands before us, that of being servants of the coming kingdom." What then is this kingdom that is coming? And how can we be its servants as the Holy Father urges us? Let me begin with the gospel parable. The kingdom of heaven, Jesus says, is like a mustard seed. Pope Leo elaborates on this. Our Christian perspective is not limited to denouncing evil. We view history in the light of the crucified and risen Lord, to whom the Father has given all authority in heaven and on earth. We do not consider the present as a predetermined fate, but as an opportunity for personal and collective conversion. Moreover, we believe in the power of the kingdom, which grows from the tiny size of a mustard seed, and which, once sown, sprouts and grows. While the tumult of confusion is all around us, goodness grows silently from the earth. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, "Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not see it?" With these beautiful words, Pope Leo helps us of the mustard seed. It calls us to live a profound hope, capable of challenging the most negative interpretations of reality, so that we may confidently perceive the strength of a tiny seed, which, even amidst many hardships, is able to sprout and grow. The Holy Father warns us against what he calls a false realism, which is passivity and resignation. Instead, he emphasizes the courageous denunciation of evil. As Christians, we are called not to stop at mere denunciation, which is necessary but insufficient, but to strive to recognize and follow the new paths that the Lord is already opening up before us. Accordingly, our presence here today, all of us here together, is a seed.
Asante kabisa Bwana Bramwell. Nami basi niseme karibu tena zaidi msikilizaji popote ulipo, mahala ambapo unapata kufuatilia matangazo haya, na kwamba basi nitakuwa nafanya kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, Bramwell atakuwa nafanya kwa lugha ya Kimayai kama siku zote. Mimi waranita Sylvia Nangori, karibu.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Sylvia. Lugha ya mayai ni gani? Right, otherwise you've been well?
Yeah, nzima kabisa, been good na nikupambana.
All right. How has been your experience so far?
Good. Nimekuwa na wakati mwema, nitasema kwamba kufanya ama kupeperusha matangazo kwa yote ambayo yanajiri katika kongamano hili la mababa askofu wa AMECEA. Imekuwa ni nafasi safi kabisa nitasema.
Okay, na nafasi ya kipekee. I also appreciate this opportunity because it is a beautiful learning experience.
Yes.
A lot of pressure, but I'm sure we've been up to the task. And this morning there is also a gentleman. Remember, our dear listener, we have a couple of activities today on the show, and we are just waiting for some of our youth that we're going to be speaking to in our live broadcast here to arrive. And once they are ready, we will be bringing you up to speed that particular conversation. Remember, this particular plenary was focusing on young people, okay? Yes, so that is why as we gear towards the end, so there are some resolutions that were made, and we want to hear their opinions or what they have to say on them based on what they submitted to the bishops the other day. So once they arrive, we will be linking you with them as soon as possible. But having said that, there is also another gentleman here who has decided to wake up very early in the morning with us. My brother, very good morning, and kindly introduce yourself.
Very, very good morning, Bram. And I beg to also speak Swahili.
Why?
Lugha ya Kimayai sijakolea sana. Mimi nafahamika sana kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, maana ndio lugha bora sana ya mawasiliano hapa Afrika, na tunaposhiriki katika kongamano hili, kongamano la vijana wakizungumza ana kwa ana ama macho kwa macho na maaskofu, basi Kiswahili kinapendeza sana. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Shamba wa Shamba, muumini. Wewe ni muumini, kuna mwingine wa Jangwani, mwingine wa Maria, lakini mimi pia ni muumini mwenzako. Hivyo basi inapendeza sana kufika hapa. Jana nilisikia ukisoma ujumbe ukisema kwamba vijana tunahitaji nafasi. Lakini tunapopewa hizo nafasi tunaendelea kulala. Mimi jana tangia ikianza nimekuwa nikilala tu nikiwasikiliza, lakini leo hii nimeamua na mimi nirauke katika baridi hii nije niwapashe vijana wenzangu kuhusiana na kongamano hili ambalo ni kongamano linalokusudia kubadilisha maisha yetu.
Okay.
Asante.
And talking about kubadilisha maisha yetu kama vijana, Shamba, I'm sure you've been following up and you've also been giving us the updates as per what has been happening here at the plenary. Yes. What has been your biggest highlight?
My biggest highlight inasema kwamba punde si punde. Kama si punde ni nini basi? Ni punde tu bado. Kwa hivyo vijana sio wa kesho. Vijana ni wa sasa hivi. Lazima tuwahusishe, tuwape nafasi na tuwasikilize. Waswahili wanasema kwamba hata kijana mdogo akicheza ngoma, kama inapendeza mkubwa atacheza tu. Na mimi nafurahia kwamba maaskofu wamekubali kucheza ngoma ya vijana. Wanakubali mambo ya vijana, wanajua kwamba kuna kitu hapa ili kubadilisha kanisa yetu, ili kubadilisha mienendo yetu, ili kubadilisha jinsi tunavyofanya vitu. Lazima tuwape vijana nafasi. Na hivyo basi wamekubali kutupa nafasi ama kuwapa vijana nafasi, na mambo yanakuwa shwari bin sawa.
Ni changamoto kuu kwa vijana kweli kabisa kwamba nafasi mshapewa, basi je, nafasi ile mnaitumia vipi? Na kwamba nafasi ndio hivyo, baba askofu walisema kwamba tayari tunaendana na vijana. Tunafanya yote kwa pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba tunaendeleza kanisa kiimani. Na hivyo kwamba nafasi ile kama kijana umepatiwa, je, unaitumia vipi?
Basi changamoto sio kwamba vijana wananyimwa nafasi. Changamoto ni kwamba wamepewa nafasi. Sasa tuone matunda yake.
Okay, and that is one of the areas that has been actually being talked about here in regards to what the bishops have and the initiatives they have taken to listen to our young people for the entire plenary. And the very question that you guys are asking this morning, that indeed is this beautiful Wednesday, the 22nd day of July 2026, and it is day 4 of the plenary AMECEA. Right, a very good morning to you, our dear listener. Welcome to our joint broadcast this beautiful Wednesday. the 22nd day of July 2026, and it is day 4 of the plenary, Amecea 21st plenary that is happening here at the Catholic University, and a lot has happened. My name is Bramwell Opio. Welcome to this broadcast, and I'm joined by my brothers here.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo yo.
Radio Jangwani,
Radio namba 1 toka kaunti ya Marsabit.
Radio Jangwani,
inapendwa na watoto, vijana mpaka wazee.
Radio Jangwani,
baragumu ya faraja na furaha.
Radio Jangwani,
tuko Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo mpaka Wajir, tuko ndani. Ni lugha gani unataka?
Radio Jangwani,
Kiswahili iko Rendile, Samburu, Borana.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo yo.
Radio Jangwani,
Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
With our church to ensure that everything goes on as it's supposed to be. One of the partners that spoke also was Caritas. You know, Caritas plays a very, very important role, and you will realize that indeed, according to what the president of Caritas had to say, a lot came out from his speech of yesterday. And if we can just highlight some of the communication that came from the speech, you realize that Caritas is doing more than we can imagine. Remember, the president, Monsignor Chibambo, took his good time to reiterate the Catholic Church mission, whereby he said that the mission of the church is going beyond and above preaching the gospel to including charity and social action with young people, and that is why they are playing an active role in addressing their needs. But most importantly, Monsignor Chibambo said that Caritas is already playing their part when it comes to engaging young people in humanitarian response, disaster management, community development, environmental conservation, food security, among others. I don't know, Silvio, what caught your attention while the president of Caritas Africa was giving his solidarity message?
Na kwa kweli kabisa, jana kulikuwa na mengi ambayo ilipata kuzungumziwa katika mkutano hapo jana, na kwamba basi kama ulivyosema, Caritas Africa ni mojawapo ya wale ambao utasema ni washirika wakuu katika kanisa Katoliki, ambao basi umeipa kipaumbele nafasi ile kuweza kusaidia kanisa katika mambo mengi tena zaidi. Na kulingana na Monsignor Chibambo hapo jana, alisema kwamba shirika la Caritas tayari linaendelea kuwashirikisha vijana, si kwamba wanaanza, bali wamekuwa pale wakiwashirikisha vijana katika masuala mengi, kama vile kupata kusaidia wakati ambapo kuna yale ambayo yanatokea katika jamii, kama vile jamii ambayo unapata kwamba kuna changamoto nyingi, kuna maendeleo ya jamii, kuna masuala na uhaba wa chakula maeneo fulani, hivyo kwamba vijana pia wanatumika katika kusaidia mambo kama yale, pia kuweza kuwa kama wale ambao tunasema kwamba wanatoa sauti pale kwa jamii, kuendeleza baadhi ya mambo, yani wanakuwa the advocates wa kuhakikisha kwamba haki inapatikana katika jamii, na pia ule kuwa katika kama viongozi, yani kuwa na uongozi bora katika jamii, yani walikuwa kuwashirikisha vijana katika mambo mengi tena zaidi. Na yule rais wa Caritas Africa pia alisema kwamba tayari wanaendeleza ile the strategic plan, wanaendeleza kutengeneza strategic plan ambayo basi itakuja kuwashirikisha vijana zaidi na hata ilivyo kwa sasa hivi.
Yeah, and talking about bringing together and continue to work with the young people. Now now that he reiterated that they are doing a lot with the young people. Also, what caught my attention in his presentation is his closing remarks, whereby he actually called for stronger collaboration between the church, the government, and other partners to address challenges facing young people, assuring bishops that Caritas will continue creating space for the youth to contribute their creativity, innovativeness, and talents to the mission of the church. Which again, Silvio, takes me back to the question that I asked yesterday. What if the government would actually take this initiative to benchmark with the Catholic Church, okay, to ensure that they just sit down and listen to their young people? Because a lot has come out. Okay, and that is exactly what the President Caritas, Monsignor Chibambo, is actually talking about here. The church is already doing its part, okay, and that is why this plenary has been focusing on young people. You saw in their presentation, and they will be here in the soonest time possible, and our dear listener will be able to listen from the horse's mouth, okay, what their expectations were and if they have been met for according to them. I don't know, Sylvia, in your opinion, what the president is talking about in terms of collaboration. What do you think the government can do now that the church is already doing its part?
Kweli, na katika masuala yale ya serikali kuweza kushiriki katika kuwatumia vijana vyema, ukiangalia katika kanisa Katoliki kama kongamano ambalo linaendelea la AMECEA, unapata kwamba vijana wamepatiwa nafasi ya kujieleza changamoto zao, na hivyo kuwa basi pia unapata baba askofu alipata kusikiliza vyema na kuweza kutoa mapendekezo ambayo yatapata kujibu changamoto zile kutoka kwa vijana. Tukiangalia katika taifa letu la Kenya, changamoto ni ile bado. Unapata wengi wa vijana maandamano, finance bill ndio hiyo inatokea, unapata kwamba kuna vijana wanajitokeza kwamba masuala ambayo yameangaziwa pale ni kuwakandamiza wananchi, hivyo kwamba vijana wapo na nguvu tena zaidi ya kuleta mabadiliko. Na hivyo kwamba ni serikali pia ikubali ndio wakati wa vijana. Wametoa sauti. Na hivyo kwamba ichukue nafasi ile kama jinsi ambavyo kanisa linafanya pale kuwasikiliza. Maana kukosa kuwasikiliza kutaharibu mambo. Ndio maana utasikia kuna nani wanajitokeza kwa sababu wanaelezea changamoto zao, ila je, kuna mtu ambaye anapata kuwasikiliza? Hivyo kwamba serikali yafaa kuchukua ile script, kuangalia kwa undani kabisa kanisa anafanya nini, kisha basi upande wao pia waweze kuyatekeleza katika miradi, maendeleo na mambo ama mazungumzo yao, kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wanapatiwa kipaumbele. Shida ni kuwasikiliza tu.
Okay, kuwasikiliza. And we do hope that indeed these will serve as a blueprint of what other organizations, that is the corporate organizations, the other Christian organizations, will try and emulate what the Catholic Church is doing, and we are proud for our bishops, by the way. And the other thing, or the other partner who was also present, was the Association of Consecrated Women in Eastern and Central Africa, Quaker. And I was listening to their chairperson, Sister Grace, and she went ahead to elaborate some of the social, economic, political, and environmental challenges that are facing the region. And she said that indeed all these, to mitigate them, it requires greater investment in young people. Now, if you listen to all the messages, the solidarity messages here, if you listen to the corporates who partnered with the Amecea to make sure that this event becomes a success, the language is investing in young people. And sisters have not been left behind. That is why the president went ahead yesterday to give an affirmation that Quaker will continue working with Amecea to translate the resolutions of the plenary into practical programs that empower young people in local communities. They are stepping forward. Okay, what is this that got your attention from the president of Quaker while she was speaking yesterday?
Jana katika mazungumzo yake mtawa yule Grace Kumugisha, utapata kwamba aliangazia kuhusiana na masuala ambayo wanaendeleza ya vijana. Tayari wamefanya zile research uchunguzi kuangalia ni kipi ambacho kinawaathiri vijana katika Afrika nzima. Na hivyo kwamba utapata kwamba kupitia yale ambayo wanapata kuangalia, majibu yanapatikana ya mambo kadha wa kadha ambayo basi inapata kuwa sumbua ama kuwapatia changamoto vijana katika jamii. Na ukiangalia maeneo yetu ya Afrika, kuna yale ambayo yanapata kujirudia. Masuala na ukosefu wa ajira, masuala na vijana kujitosa katika miadarati, labda masuala na vijana kujihusisha katika ugaidi, na pia kuhamahama ama ile tunasema vipi, yani watafuta njia kuelekea labda mataifa ya Europa na mengine kupitia mlango wa nyuma. Ni baadhi ya changamoto ambazo zinawakumba vijana eneo la Afrika. Na hivyo kwamba akizungumza jana alisema kwamba wapo katika kuangazia na kuangalia yale changamoto ili waweze kupata majibu ya kuweza kuwasaidia vijana kuendeleza masuala na imani katika kanisa na mambo kama.
Okay, thank you. And our dear listener, I know you are wondering maybe where is Subanese from Radio Maria. Subanese has gone to pick our young men, okay, and they will be here in a short while. So don't you worry, Subanese is with us, but right now he has gone to pick the young men. But instead, we also have Shamba here. Shamba, in all that we are saying, we've looked at the solidarity messages, and we will continue updating our listeners because the partners are so many, but we will take time in our subsequent shows to actually focus on what their representatives had to say. But so far, Shamba, what is this that has caught your attention in all the speeches that we've highlighted this morning?
Asante sana Abraham, na niseme tu ya kwamba kile kinacho nishika sana ama kilicho na mshiko sana kwangu ni kwamba kanisa na makundi yake yote, kanisa na vijana wake wote wameona kwamba kuna uhitaji wa sisi kujenga nyumba moja. Na kwa sababu kuna uhitaji wa sisi kujenga nyumba moja, inabidi sisi wote tushirikiane. Wewe ulete ufito na mwenzangu hapa alete ufito na mimi nilete ufito, na tupande katika nyumba hii yote tuanze kujenga sisi kwa pamoja. Na kwa sababu hiyo wameona kwamba upande mwingine katika sekta nyingine kanisa imekuwa ikifanya vizuri, lakini vijana wanaonekana wameachwa nyuma ama wanaonekana kuachwa nyuma, hawana nafasi katika hiyo kanisa wanayojenga leo hii. Na kile kinachonifurahisha ni kwamba viongozi wa kanisa tunawategemea sana kwa busara yao, kwa hekima yao. Wameona ya kwamba hawa vijana tukiwatumia vizuri, tukiwaweka katika nafasi fulani, basi watakuwa wanajenga hili kanisa, na litakuwa kanisa la kupendeza, na litakuwa kanisa la kutuandaa sisi kuelekea mbinguni. Na hivyo wamewapa hawa vijana nafasi ya kutoa mchango wao. Mchango wao sio kuja tu kanisani kufanya ishara ya msalaba na kisha kuondoka kurudi nyumbani. Mchango wao sio kuja tu kanisani na kisha kufanya usafi kanisani na kuondoka. Lakini mchango wao pia ni kuchangia katika ukuzaji wa hii kanisa, kuifanya kanisa kuonekana kama sehemu inayotakikana ama sehemu inayofanya mtu akaweza kuendelea katika utu. Na kuendelea katika utu sio kwenda tu kanisani, bali nafasi inatolewa kwa vijana ya kuweza kuonekana kama watu. Inawafanya kuwa watu siku ya leo. Na hivyo basi mimi kinachonipendeza ni kwamba kanisa inautambua uwepo ama nafasi ya vijana katika maisha. Na hivyo wanapotambulika vijana wenyewe, ngoma tumepewa. Jana umesema kwamba mpira unarudi kule kule katika mifuko yetu tu. The ball goes back to our court. So sisi wenyewe tujipange kama vijana, ama vijana wenyewe wajipange kama wao, ili kudhihirisha kwamba hii nafasi waliopewa siku ya leo, wanayopewa sasa hivi katika kongamano hili, basi ikaweze kuzaa matunda mema, na maaskofu wasije wakaanza kujutia baadaye kwamba tuliwapa nafasi, lakini unaona vijana wenyewe sasa hawapo tena. Na mwenzangu hapa ameshasema kwamba tuwasikilize vijana. Mazungumzo yake ni kwamba tuwasikilize vijana. Tunarudia yale yaliyosemwa jana na yatakayosemwa baadaye kwamba tuwasikilize vijana. Serikali ichukue nafasi gani katika nafasi hii? wa benchmark ulivyosema. Waone kile kanisa inachofanya. Kutowasikiliza vijana ni kujenga matatizo mengi. Wewe wasikilize. Wana yepi ya kusema? Ni nini wanachokitaka? Na hiki wanachokitaka kina make sense. Kama make sense utawaambia kwa sababu umewasikiliza na wako tayari kusikiliza. Na hivyo basi serikali zetu katika Afrika Mashariki na Kati zichukue nafasi kama kanisa inavyochukua nafasi na uongozi wake wote. Mimi nimefurahi sana nikiona maaskofu wamekaa pale. Wote unaona papo kwa vichwa vyao. Vile vikofia vya papo vile viko pale. Unaona wanawasikiliza vijana wadogo. Vijana wadogo wamekaa mbele yao ndio wanawazungumzia, ndio wanazungumza sasa. Na hao maaskofu wanachukua tu kalamu kuandika chini ya kwamba kijana anataka hiki, kijana mwingine anataka hiki. Basi nafasi hiyo kanisa inavyotoa na serikali zetu, ziwe serikali za mitaa, ziwe serikali za ngazi ya juu, sisikilize hawa vijana, maana vijana wana mambo mengi sana ya kujenga mataifa yetu.
Okay. And talking about mambo mengi, Sylvia will be taking us through some of the highlights of yesterday because they made some resolutions. But my dear listener on Radio Waumini, we're going to be taking a break for news headlines and we will be back on Radio Waumini. Back to studio at Radio Waumini for news headlines. But we continue the conversation on our social media handles and also on Radio Jangwani and Radio Maria Kenya. And remember, our dear listener, keep on engaging us, keep on talking to us, keep on sharing your thoughts with us because we are here to bring you up to speed all that is happening. On the SMS line on Radio Waumini, 0712-223385 is the SMS line. 0712-223385. Sylvia?
Safi. Na pia kupitia Radio Jangwani WhatsApp line, tuma SMS pale kupitia nambari 071750100717516010. Tuma ujumbe pale tueleze labda unahisi vipi, kipi ambacho utasema ama una yepi ambayo umeweza kuyapata kupitia kongamano hili la AMECEA ambalo basi lilianza Jumapili na hivyo kwamba basi itaelekea hadi Jumapili tena itatamatika kupitia misa takatifu.
Kweli kabisa, misa takatifu. And remember, Silvio, when in a short while, actually in a few days ago, or let me say on Monday, yes, on Monday, I'm looking for the message of the chairman, Bishop Chairman Amecea. Yes, and in his key message, he pointed out that young people are not only leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders to and contributors of today. Hivyo ndivyo aliweza kusema chairman. Na akasema kwamba the gathering of young people was meant to recognize and celebrate their important place in the life and mission of the church. Okay? Do you feel that has been achieved or is being achieved?
Japo changamoto ya vijana washaelezea ni kwamba imekuwepo pale, ila ni kutilia mkazo zaidi. Maana ndiyo vijana ni viongozi wa sasa, vijana hata kanisani pale nasema kwamba bila vijana pale jua kwamba miaka ijayo changamoto itakuwepo, lakini kuwepo kwa vijana kutasaidia ile transition ya wale ambao wanaongoza pale, vijana watakuwa wanaendeleza. Hivyo ni jambo ambalo Mhashamu Baba Askofu alipata kuzungumzia pale, na mzungumzia yule chairman chairman pale wa AMECEA, Askofu Charles Kasonde. Sema kwamba ndio priority. Vijana ndio wale ambao wanapatiwa nafasi ya kwanza tena zaidi katika kuendeleza imani ya kanisa na mambo kama yale. Na hivyo kwamba imekuwa na tuwazidi tu kusisitiza. Baba Askofu alisisitiza zaidi kuhusiana na vijana wale, na ndivyo hivyo tu.
Okay, I don't know. I'm told that our volume levels are quite low. I don't know, and if I check, the machines are okay. So I'll request some assistance on the other side. Yeah, thank you. Kindly let us know, by the way, our dear listener, how you are receiving us on the other side. 0712 223 385 on Radio Mini.
0717516010 Radio Jangwani, mabasi 0717516010.
All right. And Silvio, remember, we are now waiting for the young people, and they will be arriving shortly with Sobanis. Remember, I told you, our dear listener, that Sobanis is still with us, but he has gone to pick our young men. Most of them, by the way, will be traveling today, if not all of them. Okay. But now we just want to take advantage of this morning so that we can actually hear from them before they leave. But Silvio, take us through some of the highlights in regards to the resolutions.
Resolutions ama yale maazimio ambayo basi ilipata kutolewa na baba askofu hapo jana. Labda tukijuu tu, kuna mambo mengi ambayo walipata kuangazia kutokana na zile changamoto ambazo vijana waliwasilisha. Okay? Kutokana na yale changamoto ambazo vijana waliwasilisha, mojawapo ikiwa ni ile kuendana na vijana katika maisha ya kisinodi, pale ambayo basi ilipata kuwasilishwa naye Padri Emmanuel Chimombo hapo jana, ambayo basi alitoa ile rasimu. Sema rasimu kwa sababu bado itapata kuangaliwa tena kwa undani, alafu kisha pale kutakuwa na majadiliano zaidi kuhusiana na hilo. Lakini alizungumza kuhusiana na mambo mengi kijuju, maana bado najua tutakuwa tunazamia zaidi kuhusiana na hilo. Hivyo masuala mengi ambayo yamezungumziwa na yale ambayo baba askofu amesema watayatekeleza, kama vile kuhusiana na kuendana na vijana, kuna ile kuweka zile mikakati ama zile structures za kuweza kuwafundisha vijana, na pia kuweka wale mapadri ama the youth chaplains ambao watapata kuwasaidia vijana katika kufanya activities zile zao, programu mbalimbali katika kanisa. Mengine kuhusiana na hilo ni kuweka vijana pamoja na kuhakikisha kwamba ajenda zao zinapata nafasi muro kabisa katika kanisa. Hivyo kwamba kuweka zile forums ama kongamano la vijana kwa wingi, ili wapate kujadiliana na kubadilisha na mawazo. Hivyo kwamba ni mojawapo ya yale ambayo yamepata kuangaziwa. Napitia juu tu, maana bado tutakuwa tunaangazia zaidi kuhusiana na hilo. Pia mengine ambayo mababa askofu walipata kuzungumzia zaidi ni kuhusiana na kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wanapata kujikita zaidi katika imani ya Kikatoliki. Maana changamoto moja ambayo ilipata kuibuliwa na vijana ni kwamba ile kujitambua kama Wakatoliki, ile imani ya Kikatoliki katika mataifa mbalimbali, kama vile namkumbuka alikuwa anaitwa Abdi kutoka Ethiopia. Alipata kuzungumzia pia, alikuwa amesema kwamba pale changamoto moja kuu ambayo wanapitia kule ni kutojitambua ama ile Christian identity ya Kikatoliki pia kidogo inapotea mahali ambapo ametoka. Na hivyo kwamba kama lile pale unapata baba askofu walisema kwamba vijana itakuwa vyema kabisa wakiweka misingi pale kuhakikisha kwamba imani inapata kuwa mojawapo ya mambo ambayo itapata kuendelezwa miongoni mwa vijana.
Okay.
Labda upande wako sijui labda.
Vyema kabisa Silvio, and indeed I agree with you that there are a couple of, remember it is a draft, okay? Yes, it is a draft of the resolutions that were presented to the bishops by Father Emmanuel, and we are just giving some of the highlights, but we're going to be discussing them as time continues. And they talked about accompaniment, right? They highlighted, remember one of the, in his opening remarks, Father Emmanuel, I loved what he said, that indeed the bishops and the delegates have taken their time to reflect and deliberate. Amecea synodal journey with young people, building bridges of hope and communion. They have taken their time, meaning that they were very deliberate with this particular theme, and they tried to look at every component of the concern that were raised amongst young people, amongst them being accompaniment. And you realize in their draft resolution, they talked a lot about accompaniment, whereby they are saying that the plenary resolves to reaffirm the accompaniment of young people as a pastoral priority in within Amecea region by developing and implementing pastoral programs to to actually continue journeying with young people, if I may say. That is a commitment that the bishops are actually saying in solidarity, that indeed this particular journey will continue, and they will establish structures for trainings and appointments of committed youth chaplains. That is also something that caught my attention, meaning that they are putting the youth as a priority, and also they will continue journeying with young people in designing vocation careers and participation in society and in the life of mission of the church. What are some of the things that also caught your attention in as far as that draft resolution number 1 on accompaniment?
Kuna mengine ambayo ilipata kuangaziwa zaidi mara zile rasimu ambayo zilipata kuwasilishwa kwa baba askofu, ambayo basi walipata kuiangazia, moja wapo ikiwa ni masuala na mitandaoni, kwamba kuanzishwa kwa zile online communities, ama basi tunasema kwamba jumuiya za Kikristo mtandaoni. Na baraza la AMECEA limesema kwamba linataka kuimarisha nafasi ya jumuiya ndogo ndogo za Kikristo kama maeneo salama ya kupata kusikilizana, maridhiano na pia kuhusisha vijana. Maana pia walionelea kwamba mahala ambapo vijana wanapatikana kwa wingi, right, ni pale mitandaoni. Hivyo kusema kuwakutanisha vijana mahali moja pale kidogo, wakati mwingine unapata wachache, lakini pale mitandaoni vijana wapo. Asilimia kubwa wapo mitandaoni. Hivyo kwamba hawangeacha masuala mitandaoni, kwa sababu pia vijana walikuwa na malalamishi kuhusiana hilo. Hivyo kwamba kulingana baraza hilo, jumuiya hizi zitatumika kama ngazi ya kwanza kuweza kuwafikia vijana na kuwasaidia kukua katika imani na maisha ya kijamii. Hivyo kwamba mitandaoni.
Right. Thank you. And we're going to be diving deeper into the draft of resolutions. Our dear listener, stay tuned with us because that is exactly what we intend to focus on today. Other than that, remember, we are still waiting for our young people. You know, they are parking. Okay, they are leaving today, and that is why Subanese is taking time, and he will be arriving. Okay, but in the meantime, remember, we've talked about partnerships. Okay, we've talked about partnerships, and during the 21st AMACEA plenary assembly, young people shared some realities to face that they are facing today. Okay, today, so that I'm still reminded that our volumes are still lower on the other side. I don't know if our tech guy can assist us, please. They are lower, but they will keep on monitoring on the other end. But let us continue. Remember, our dear listener, we are talking about partnerships, and some of the realities that the young men are facing today were presented to the bishops during this AMACEA plenary, including economic challenges, unemployment, limited opportunities, and the struggles to build sustainable livelihood. And in response, the draft resolutions call for stronger collaboration with Catholic professionals to provide young people with mentorship, career guidance, and entrepreneurship trainings. And the church is also being encouraged to work with governments, non-governmental organizations, and other institutions to support the integral development of young people. This brings us to an important question, our dear listener. As young people navigate an increasingly challenging economic environment, who is walking with them on this particular journey? Because that is a concern. So today, we want to explore the role of Waumini Sacco, not simply as a financial institution, but as a partner journeying with young people towards financial knowledgement, economic empowerment, and sustainable livelihood. And that is why this morning I'm joined in studio by two guests. All right? Yes, by two guests from Waumini Sacco, and I'll be giving them an opportunity to introduce themselves. Ladies first. Rosie, a very good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning, dear listeners and our online viewers. My name is Rosa Chiego Anden. I serve at the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops in the Commission for Social Communications, where I'm privileged to support the church mission of evangelization through media and communication. I'm also privileged to serve as the vice chairperson of the board of directors at Waumini Sacco and the chairperson of Marketing and Education Committee. So as a Sacco founded on Christian values, Waumini Sacco believes in working with the church, empowering its members economically and contributing to initiatives that strengthen the mission of the church. It's therefore a great honor for us to be part of this historic gathering that brings together bishops and delegates from across Amecea region to reflect on the life and mission of the church. And we are very much grateful for having us here.
Okay, and then to Mzee wa kazi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Brother Shamba and the entire crew. My name is Maurice Otsema, a broadcaster and a radio personality. I'm also privileged to be a board member at Waumini Sacco, where I've served for the last 14 years as a board member in various ranks, and currently I'm the national treasurer of the Sacco. So I'm also happy to join you this morning as we delve into matters youth from the church perspective. There is this old saying that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but from what we are seeing, they are actually today's leaders. And so I'm happy and privileged to be with you this morning as we focus on to the various roles we could play more so as a Sacco in journeying with these young people as we build them to being the responsible persons that this world requires.
Okay.
Time we have.
Right. And Maurice, still on you, I want us to begin where you've just stopped, young people. And beginning with the young person who is listening to us today, when we talk about Waumini Sacco journeying with the youth, what does it mean in practical terms?
Thank you, Bramwell. Well, if you followed yesterday's deliberations, the discussions we had in the morning from various personalities that we had, entrepreneurs, IT experts, we also had the Group C of KCB, and the church well represented, then you realize that as a Sacco, we also have a role to play in journeying with these young people. How do we journey with them? We journey with them via different forums of empowerment, where we expose them and give them an opportunity to grow themselves via the culture of savings. Because we have I had Shamba throw to us some beautiful Kiswahili sayings, and I add on to say that in Kiswahili we say akiba haiozi. You know, when you save something, you have something to think about and you have something for yourself tomorrow. So at the Sacco, we give the young people an opportunity first to learn the culture of savings. And then we also expose them to the reality of life that you cannot progress solely depending on yourself. You must always get the support of your neighbor. You must always get the support of your friend. And now that brings in the angle of borrowing. that apart from borrowing our savings, whatever little they're able to get, they can borrow. And from borrowing, they are able to start off their different activities that would really empower them economically and therefore pull them out of this bondage of all the time thinking about the white-collar jobs. The presentations yesterday came out very vividly that a bird in hand is worth
two in the bush.
And so the young people must learn that the little they have today can propel them to greater heights tomorrow. And so by saving something little in the circle, they are able to borrow tomorrow and do something much more bigger than the little savings they have made. So as a circle, we have opened up that forum that the youth can join us from as early as 1 day old. Once they are born, as a parent, Brown, your child can have an account in the circle. And this account can keep on growing based on the little you'll be saving for them. And you realize that things to do with education today are quite expensive, for example. But you can imagine, Graham, if a child was born and maybe when this child is just a month old, an account is open and you are able to deposit there just some little money, as little as 500 shillings per month. By the time this child gets to 18, when he or she is declared an adult, you realize that even if they have gone through the university education, already they have a savings here that will help them start off some enterprise, and then they are on the move. So as a circle, we are giving that opportunity that every child born can have an account, and this can be built by the parent to a level whereby the child can become self-reliant. So as a circle, we have made that very clear that that opportunity is there, and we urge the youth to take advantage, and we urge our parents to take advantage, save for their little ones. If you start saving today, as I say, by the time they hit the age of 18, and if not 18, when they're going probably to the senior school at around 14, 15 years, there are moments when as parents we are caught up. Instead of running up and down, now I need a loan, I need to save this for my child to go to school. You've been saving something little for this 13, 14 years. Honestly speaking, that child has a base. As a parent, you are off the stress of school fees and college fees, and you can see how we can build these young people to being very, very self-reliant in the near future.
Wow. And I like when you are talking to young people, we are also aware that they are tech savvy, and I want Sylvia to address the part of being tech savvy. Sylvia.
Naam, kwake Madam Rose, labda pia kwa wale vijana ambao tutasema kwamba ndio wameanza tu, naona ndio wanataka ama wana azimio la kuweza kuanzisha labda akaunti ama kuwa mwanachama wa Waumini Sacco, kwa lugha ambayo vijana wale watapata kuelewa, labda tueleze, je, tafanya nini ili waweze kuwa mwanachama wa Waumini Sacco?
Asante sana kwa swali hilo. I may say that the young people are well accommodated in Waumini Sacco due to the online platforms that we have. Yes, we can say that if you need to register as a young person, you're not going to go through a hassle of taking physical papers and going to our offices. You just go to www.wauminisacco.com and then you select members portal. Under the portal, click on the Join Waumini Sacco, Join Sacco member option on the page that opens. There is a page that will open. Then on that page, when it opens, there are 3 steps: basic information, next of kin, and attachments. Fill all the fields indicated as mandatory for all the steps and submit after attaching the required documents that I'm going to talk about. Okay, now once submitted, the form will be verified and processed. If all the details are correct, you will be contacted in case of any difficulties or additional information. If we need additional information, we'll still be able to contact you. So the following documents are needed for successful online registration: copy of your national ID, that is after attaining the age of 18, endorsement from the endorsement form that is signed by relevant respective endorsers depending on membership type. Because if you're also under the age of 18, will require that your parents, if they are members, they are able to journey with you. Soft copy of your passport photo and soft copy of your signature so that you are incorporated and you become a member. It's as easy as that. And we encourage them also to visit our pages. We are on TikTok, we are on Facebook, Waumini Circle. You will find us there, and you can also easily engage with us. Our details are online. Our details are on our website.
Okay, yani Waumini Circle kwa kifupi wamedigitika, wameenda pale ambapo vijana wapo. Asante sana. Yeah. And Silvio?
Safi kabisa. Labda kusonga tu mbele, Bwana Morris, kidogo upande wako, maana tuangazie vijana. Baba Askofu amezungumza zaidi kuhusiana na vijana. Je, nafasi ama ni kipi ambacho utasema kwamba inawashughulikia vijana katika Waumini Circle? Which are the special features for the youth at Waumini Circle? Ni yapi ambayo inapata kuwasaidia vijana katika Waumini Circle? How are you going to convince them on this?
Thank you for that question. At the Circle, we have taken a deliberate move to ensure that the youth are really incorporated by introducing two different accounts. We have what we call junior accounts, and this is the one I was referring to when I was saying that if your son or daughter is born today, then that child can have an account. And then we have the second category, that is the youth account, that takes care of all the youth aged between 18 and 35. Remember, after 35, they are no longer youth. So those two particular categories take care of the youth. But then it's not just looking at those two categories. We look at the broader side of what we are doing as a circle. We are saying, remember, we say that this is a circle that is basically Catholic. And so it's important that we expound on that. Why do we say it's Catholic? We say it's Catholic because it's a circle meant for the Catholic faithful. And our youth who are in the church then automatically qualify to be members. This is a circle that will take care of the spouses of the Catholic faithful. If you are a man, you are married, you are a Catholic, and you have a spouse, whether the spouse is Catholic or not, that category of members are welcome. All your children are welcome to join by virtue of you being a Catholic. So you can see how broad the opportunity is, right? Then we have extended this because we realize that in the church, we have different categories of Waumini. And that's why we come up and say, if the youth who have their choir group are willing to join, they're most welcome, right? So the youth choir can join as a choir, they can join as members, yeah. And so that gives them also another opportunity.
Okay. I don't know whether Shamba has a question to both of you in regards to this conversation.
Yeah, my question, when I see them, I hear them talking about something like money, and maybe after we finish the session here, we should be having something from them. But my question will be, we are facing a lot, and young people are really facing a lot. And I know ukiona nyani mzee, jua tu amekwepa mikuki mingi, na mbele yetu nyinyi wawili ni wafananishe na nyani mzee ambaye natumai amekwepa mikuki mingi sana. Young people here in the plenary, they raised concerns about unemployment, financial insecurity, and challenge of building sustainable livelihoods. From your experience, two of you, nyinyi ndio wazee wetu sasa katika kikao hiki. What are the biggest financial challenges young people are facing today?
Thank you, Shamba. Thank you for that very beautiful question. The young people today are faced with the challenges. I attribute these challenges to lack of information. If you followed up the discussions yesterday, more so from the group CEO, I think it was from KCB,
no,
if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
There's something you say. You say that, hey, look, every person, no matter how successful he or she is, has a story behind them. Even as you look at us and call us, we go here. Indeed, we have our different individual stories. Rose has her story. I have my story. And so, the challenge we have today is that our young people do not have the adequate information. The group CEO, KCB, said very clearly that you must always start somewhere. And the start can never be soft. In most cases, the start will be very rough. But if you're able to endure that roughness and soldier on, and to those of us, because we are Christians, we have that belief that God is with you, at some point, God raises you up. And so what appeared to be more of a rough start becomes a soft landing, right? The challenge the youth have today is that most of them would want to start soft, where everything is just new hair. Now, most cases, it's not very possible. You have to start somewhere. If I was to give you my story, Rose was to give you her story, from where we have started, you'll be like, are you serious? And how did you make it this far? And so our young people lack information to learn that. One, make use of what you have. And if we look at our country and our Eastern Africa region, by and large, we have adequate resources that if the youth explored how to make good use of these resources, then they would not even be asking for employment. They would not be asking for employment. When you hear of our youth traveling out of the country and landing up in very awkward situations in some of these foreign countries, some of them losing their lives, we are like, gosh, what's happening? These opportunities are here.
Amaleo
Radio number moja
Fafa Yuma
Marsabit County
Nageni Sampadada
6.3 FM Tuko na Kiswahili Kirendile Kisaburu
Sira na kitibidi, sira na barbarishere, sira na kitadare Kendo montaipo Keito bot boniti Pene ben kama nitene torokaden Lema hati nakana tumaga Maata turukwan
Tuko ndani ya Samburu Isiolo wajil Marsabit Radio namba moja Radio Jangwani
Radio Jangwani ya kadhia 106.3 FM Radio Jangwani Baragumu yafa.
Ewe msikilizaji wa Radio Jangwani, sisi tunakujali na kukuenzi kila wakati. Asante kwa kuichagua Radio Jangwani, kituo bora ukanda wa kaskazini mwa nchi. Iwapo una maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu, usikose kuwasiliana nasi muda wote kila siku. Zipo njia mwafaka zilizowekwa na kuhakikiwa na serikali ili kuwasilisha maoni, malalamishi au maombi kuhusiana na matangazo yetu, vipindi vyetu au taarifa zetu. Fanya vile kupitia nambari 0741 588 736 au 0727 915 380 au pia unaweza ukatuandikia email kupitia radiojangwani106.3fm@gmail.com. Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
Radio Jangwani
106.3 FM mama yo yo.
Radio Jangwani
redio namba 1 toka kaunti ya Marsabit.
Radio Jangwani,
inapendwa na watoto, vijana mpaka wazee.
Radio Jangwani,
baragumu ya faraja na furaha.
Radio Jangwani,
tuko Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo mpaka Wajir, tuko ndani. Ni lugha gani unataka?
Radio Jangwani,
Kiswahili iko Rendile, Samburu, Borana.
Radio Jangwani,
106.3 FM mama yoyo.
Radio Jangwani,
Radio Jangwani, baragumu ya faraja.
To be in a particular way to express our heartfelt welcome to all.
Very intentional. And what I'll say is that there is no small money and there is no big money. It depends with what you do with the money that comes your way. Kitambo walikuwa nasema kula tano weka tano. Kula yote, si ndio? So now, when I say there is no small money, there is no big money, think of a scenario of smocha. The young people love eating smocha. How much is smocha? 70 shillings. Yeah? So let's say if your mom has prepared food at 4 and you can be able to eat and be filled, why don't you save the money that you're using on smocha? On a single day, if you save 70 shillings.
Yes.
In 10 days, it translates to 700 shillings. In 20 days, you know how much that will be. Let's say you've given yourself a target of hitting 10,000. And with that 10,000, now let's say, for example, you've opened an account at Waumini FM, and you're saving with us. After 6 months, that money, now you can be able to borrow 3 times. If it's 10,000, say, let's say, for example, you'll be able now to get 30,000. Think of a project that you would like to start, something that you are willing to start. But even before starting that, make a deliberate effort to do your research. There is a lot of information online. And what I love most about the young people is that they really embrace technology. And a lot of information is there. Now, when you visit those platforms, what are you looking for? Is it entertainment or is it knowledge that is going to build you as a young person? So I encourage them also to love reading and to love following financial statements to build their financial literacy. Because it's out of small things that we are able to grow. As you see us today, it did not start easily. Everybody has a journey. Yes, you start small, but gradually with consistency and with also sacrifice, because for you to be able to attain something, sometimes there are things that you have to deny yourself, and you also have to be consistent. But first of all, have a vision. Visualize, prayerize, actualize. Yes.
I like that. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes because we have other sponsors who are on standby for another conversation. But I can't let you go, Maurice, unless we talk about the products that Waumini Sacco is offering young people to tap into. And specifically, I want us to talk about fahari. Kwa sababu watu nasema mtu ni shamba, okay? Mtu ni shamba. And the best gift you can give to yourself is land. Maurice, how can these young people who have raised economic challenges they are facing step up and take a portion of fahari along Kangundo Road?
Thank you, Bram, for that question. I didn't expect it, but I'll try to respond. It's a very good question, by the way, because fahari is our flagship project. It's our flagship project in the sense that we are giving our members an opportunity to own a piece of land. And this is a piece of land on the outskirts of the city. And looking at how fast the city is growing, you'll agree with me that if you happen to own any portion of land in the outskirts of the city, you're already rich. Fahari is our project, and we are giving our members an opportunity, and most of the youth, an opportunity to acquire a portion of land in the outskirts of the city. But this is on Kangundo Road, and specifically on Nimrod Road, on your way to Kilimambogo Hills. Very, very strategic place for both commercial and residential mines. And so we are giving out a plot of 50 by 100 feet at a cost of 800,000 shillings. Of course, that kind of money to you might sound like, wow, that is a mountain to climb. But it all goes to what my sister Rosie has just shared with us, that if you started off by saving something little, you have saved something to the tune of 200, 300,000 shillings. It becomes very easy for the circle to support you as a youth by giving you an extra amount in terms of or in form of a loan. And so when you get this money, you're able to acquire this plot. Bramwell, these plots today go at 800,000 shillings. That is as far as Waumini Circle is concerned. Other organizations who have similar pieces of land around that region are selling the same size at more than 1.1 million shillings. But now, as Waumini Circle being a church circle, we are not so much commercially oriented, but rather, how do we help our young people? How do we help our members? And that's why we are asking for that price of 800,000 shillings that we believe is affordable, reachable to most of our members, because in another 2 or 3 years' time, you can as well still dispose of that land at probably twice the amount you'll have paid for. And so our Waumini Circle has this project, Fahari plots, and we encourage the young people, those who are already working and who are already saving with us, and even those who are not saving with us, just please come to Waumini and say, here I am, I would wish to get this piece of land, so that in the next 4 or 5 years, I will not be paying any rent in Nairobi. I'll be able to put up my own structure and be operating from my place, or for future investments, I keep it and then develop it in a way that after another 2 or 3 years, I'll sell it off at maybe 3.5 million or 4 million, depending on how fast the economy changes. Remember, this Nimrod I'm talking about is projected to be a road that will be tarmacked to link up Mombasa Road and Garissa Road. So we expect a bypass to pass by. And you can imagine when the bypass is set, how expensive those plots will be. Probably what we are selling today at 800,000 shillings might go at 5 million shillings.
Sure.
Yeah, because now it will be a very prime place with a very good road network, and everybody will be like, this is the place to stay. If I want to go to Garissa Road, proceed on to Matu, up to Garissa, Mwingi, it is very easy. I want to go to Mombasa, it's very easy. I want to come to Nairobi, it's very easy. So this is a very prime place, Bram, that any young man who probably is saving with us or is not saving with us and is interested in owning a home near Nairobi City in the near future is most welcome.
All right. And
maybe just to add on to what my treasurer has said, is that somebody might be wondering, and how do I get collateral? If you come and you are interested in purchasing, the title deed that is for this land is what will be your collateral. So once you finish paying, then we give you the title deed, because they already have title deeds.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as we conclude this conversation, Rosie, because of in the interest of time, how can young people start calling Waumini Circle to become members and also to uptake these Fahari Gardens along Kangunda Road as well? Because I really want them to do that as sisters get ready for the next conversation.
Yes, they can call us on 0709 05 2000 0709 05 2000, or they can also send us email to info@wauminisircle.com, info@wauminisircle.com, and they can also visit our website on www.wauminisircle.com. And maybe just to add, those who might need to visit us physically, we are present at Applewood, that's along Gong Road, on 2nd floor, at Waumini House, that is Westlands, on ground floor, just at the entrance. We are present at the Assumption Center in Nakuru, and that is on ground floor. In Kisii, we are present at Waumini Plaza, 1st floor. And in Kisumu, we are present at Sifa House, ground floor. We are present at the Cathedral in Mombasa, and we are also having offices in Meru.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Maurice and Rosie, this morning. But Shamba has something for you. 5 seconds.
Yeah. Nimesikia wakitaja mwenzetu hapa Maurice kama treasurer. Na ni asubuhi na mapema, kwa hivyo tutakuwa tunakufuata bahata ya haba. Nilishasema kwamba bahata ya hapa tutakuwa tunaandamana na wewe, lakini nikitumia maneno yenu nyinyi wote wawili, nimekuwa nikipata shilingi kidogo kidogo na nunua mahindi kwa njia nikitembea nikikula tu. So umesema tukule 5 tuweke 5. Natumai msemo huo utaendelea kusaidia sana katika maisha yetu. Lakini kwa sababu mnaongea na vijana, niseme tu sisi kama vijana, wewe kama kijana popote ulipo unapotusikiliza asubuhi hii, usikubali kuwa tu mtazamaji wa hii historia na Waumini Sako, bali tuwe waandishi wa historia yenyewe. Hilo ndio ninaweza kusema tu, tusisubiri nafasi mezani. Hizi nafasi zipo, tushiriki kuandaa hiyo meza.
Okay. Thank you so much, Maurice. Thank you so much, Rosie, for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ramwell. Much as Shamba is trying to throw us into the Kiswahili den, but some of us are very good in Kiswahili, and that's why we start on English. Hopefully tomorrow we will Shamba and we'll also be challenging Shamba. Yes. Others we also appreciate for the opportunity.
All right.
And again, our clarion call to our young ones, please do not wait. Your opportunity is now. And as a Sako, or mini Sako, we are here to support you, to journey with you, and make you feel worth, and not leave you feeling worthless. We are here to support you, the young Kenyans, the young Africans. As a Sako, we are ready to support you, and we will continue journeying with you to your greater success by the grace of God. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Rosie.
Thank you so much, Bram. Thank you, team, for hosting us this morning. And I'll say that the Bible, what does the Bible teach us about financial literacy or about wealth growing? If you go to the parable of talents, you realize that people were given talents, different talents, and how much did each of them bring? And the person who did not invest, the person who did not bring back anything, what happened? Whatever he had been given was taken back. So I'll also give them a challenge to go back and read the parable of talents.
All right. Thank you. A very good note to wind this conversation from. Asante sana, Rosie, and asante sana, Maurice, for your good job at the Sako. My dear listener, the conversation continues. Again, we are now moving into the next conversation of the day. Remember, we have different partners today lined up for you before the young people arrive. Unajua vijana wanachukua their sweet time. And that is why, by the way, you are not hearing sauti ya Subanis from Radio but we are together. Ameniambia ndio wametoka kula ambako hao vijana wanaishi, so he will be arriving in studio. Can we have sisters please? Sarah, Africa, kindly join us on set so that we can continue this conversation in the interest of time. Please, can we move on? We have so many partners here who need the conversation. But having said that, my brother Silvio, what do you have to say?
Ndio hivyo basi, mwamko mpya kwa vijana. Kama hujaanza kuwekeza kwenye Waumini Sako, basi nafasi muro ndio hii. Umesikiliza sifa za Waumini Sako, ni wewe kufanya basi maamuzi. Ni wewe kuhakikisha kwamba unaweza kufuatilia kwa zaidi ili kuhakikisha kwamba pia na wewe upande wako unapambana kweli kweli. Na hivyo basi fanya vyema, andika nambari hii hapo chini maana utawahitaji. Nambari ni 0709052000 0709052000. Ama basi waweza kutuma email kupitia info@wauminisako.com. Ama basi ufuatilie katika mitandao pale, website ikiwa ni www.wauminisako.com. Hivyo basi utawahitaji. Fanya vyema, hima kabisa, chapu uweze basi kupata nafasi ile moro kabisa. Shamba usemeje?
Shamba unasema namna gani?
Mimi labda niseme tu, tukiwa na waumini sako basi mambo yanakuwa shwari bin sawa unavyosema. Na waumini sako niseme tu ni daraja linalowaunganisha vijana na ndoto zao za kifedha. Hivyo basi kama kijana usisubiri kuwa mzee kama Morris mwenyewe. Anza sasa hivi safari.
Usikubali kuwa kigogo.
Usikubali kuwa kigogo ndio basi uanze kuegeza pesa zako. Weka sasa pesa zako
mapema.
Mapema ndio best.
Kabisa. Basi msikilizaji, kumbuka kwamba ni matangazo kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Kikatoliki Afrika Mashariki Kwea. Na hapa mimi naitwa Sylvain Ngori kutokea Radio Jangwani, na basi ninao mabingwa tokea Radio Waumini. Bwana Shamba.
Mimi navaa kofia mbili na nimekalia kiti cha subanisi, hivyo basi mimi ni wa Radio Waumini na Radio Maria pamoja.
Safi kabisa msikilizaji, na hivyo basi ukiwa katika shughuli za kwako pale, itakuwa ndio upo kule barabarani kuelekea kazini, ama basi unafanya shughuli za kibiashara pia, ama tayari ushaanza safari ya kwako kuelekea Radio Waumini, I say basi itakuwa kwamba ndivyo hivyo. Ndivyo tunapambana hapa kuhakikisha kwamba unapata matangazo haya mubashara moja kwa moja, kwamba unatupata kwa njia iliyo safi tena zaidi. Naam. Labda Shamba. Kuna baadhi ya vijana ambao huwa wanaangalia hivi wanasema kwamba mimi hata pesa ya kuwekeza ama pesa ya kuenda katika sako mimi sina. Labda yake ni ile ya mjengo tu kidogo.
Ndio ile ya mjengo tu kidogo, lakini umesikia kula 5 weka 5. Siku zote hiyo ya mjengo itakuwa ni shilingi 20, kula 10 weka 10. Ndivyo tulivyoambiwa hapa na Rosi kutoka Waumini sako kwamba wanapokea hata shilingi 20. Kwa hivyo ukianza na 20 itafika milioni. Aliye na milioni wanasema katika Kiswahili safari ya maili 1000, mwanza tuna maili 1. Kwa hivyo anza na shilingi ambayo unapata sasa hivi. Na kisha baadaye utakuwa na hesabu yale mamilioni kwa sababu ulianza na moja. Na anavyosema Morris, usingoje uwe mzee. Anza sasa hivi. Anza sasa hivi safari yako, na tutakuwa tunazungumzia kesho ya kwamba hii ndio historia yako. Ulianza hapa na ukafika mahali fulani. Ndio.
Kweli Bwana Shamba, na ukiangalia kongamano hili la AMECEA limeleta mengi mazuri kwa vijana.
Naam.
Maana masuala yao yanaangaziwa kila pande. Ukipata kwamba kuna wale ambao wamefanya biashara wamefika, wale ambao ni katika sekta ya kuwekeza kama vile sako washafika. Ukiangalia walimu wapo, baba askofu pia wapo kiimani. Hivyo basi yani iko packed vizuri kabisa. Alivyosema Bwana Bram.
Kweli kabisa. Thank you so much. My brother Silvio and my brother Shamba. Yes, our youth will be arriving anytime. Our brother Godwin or Subanis from Radio Waumini is with them, and they will be joining us. Remember to text us 0712 223385. What do you have to say in regards to this conversation in AMECEA plenary, the 21st plenary that is underway? 0712 223385 is the SMS line on Radio Waumini.
Radio Jangwani 0717516010. Send your SMS via WhatsApp and we'll be there to get you.
And on Radio Maria 23405. 23405. Wasikilizaji wa Radio Maria, tumeni jumbe, mtueleze mnatupata namna gani, namna yapi ya kusema kuhusiana na majadiliano haya. So 23405 ndio nambari ya rafa, 23405, or on WhatsApp 0796485132 0796485132. Radio Maria. Okay, that is exactly what you need to understand. Now, my dear listener, remember, the youth are just the future. They are not just the future of our church and our society. They are important part of the church today. That has been the clarion call all through the plenary. And for young people to thrive, they need to be listened to. They need to be accompanied. They need to be empowered and given opportunities to actively participate in shaping their communities and their future. As the church continues to reflect on how best to journey with young people, partner with the young people, and develop youth-focused initiatives. Remember, all these critical aspects are centered towards creating spaces where their voices can be heard and their potential nurtured. So today, we are also joined by AMACEA Africa, an organization that has been a partner in the journey of the church, including its engagement with the Amecea region, to talk about its work, its partnership with the youth, and its contribution to supporting and accompanying young people. So, what has this journey looked like? What are some of the key challenges facing young people today? And how can the church and its partners respond more effectively? Let us have this conversation as you continue engaging us on the numbers that we've given on the other side. So feel free. But in the meantime, I'm joined by sisters here from SASRA to enlighten us on the conversation they are having. A very good morning, sister. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
You are well?
Yes, we are doing well.
Okay, now let me begin with sister that is close to me. Kindly introduce yourself, sister, before we dive into the conversation.
Thank you very much. I am Sister Josephine Kangogo from the Religious Institute of the Daughters of the Sacred Heart. I'm also the chairperson of the Association of Sisterhoods of Kenya and the board chair of AMACEA Africa.
All right, next, the sister on the other end.
Thank you very much. My name is Sister Candida Mukundi. I belong to the coordination of the Assumption Sisters of Nairobi. And I'm the director of the Center for Research in Religious Life and Apostolate, AMACEA Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome so much, Director. And in as far as that conversation is concerned, let me just go back to Director there, Sister Candid, right? Candida. All right, Sister Candida. Welcome on set. Just to begin with, who is Sarah and what does it do?
Thank you very much. I think it is a new name around.
Yes.
But, it's something that is a service to the church. It is the Center for Research in Religious Life and Apostolate. This means that we have formed this center as a collaboration, and the chair will be talking more about that collaboration. It's a collaboration between two universities, that is Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Tangaza University, and the Association of Sisterhoods of Kenya, as well as other associations as they request for research. Our research actually is not for academic. It is done academically and in a standard way, but it is action research. It is listening and using research as a tool to listen. It is a tool to discern. It is a tool to plan and implement whatever we find in the research. So what we are looking at in terms of our purpose is to support evangelization. That is our purpose.
Yes.
It is a ministry within the church. It is a ministry to say that we need at this time to conduct research in order to intervene precisely. We need to intervene in a way that we don't just observe an experience or observe a problem like street children in the city and decide they need a home. Then later on we find them coming back even after we have a home done and food provided, we still see them going back. So we decided together as a collaboration to be able to do research, simple action research, and be able to identify the problem in the ministries and also to respond, to reflect after that report and see what is the best way forward. So AMACEA Africa facilitates that intervention.
Well articulated. Shamba,
yes,
over to you.
Yeah, sister, when I heard the name Sarah, I thought you'll be talking to us in Portuguese because Sarah means something else in Portuguese. But putting that aside, you have mentioned so many things that are very interesting And I'm also interested, whenever you mention Tangazo University, I want to come in. But your vision speaks to the role of research in strengthening religious life and apostolate in Africa. How important is research in helping the church understand the changing realities facing young people today?
Well, in the contemporary world, we are using any tool we can get to understand ourselves. And I think the plenary that is going on is about that. So the research kind of helps people to speak more deeply and more broadly. Research is about not only creating knowledge to add to the books in the library and to discover things, it is also to help people speak, because research is done with confidentiality, but also without asking the person, say your name, and then talk to us. We let it be objective. So people will speak freely and people will tell their stories freely. And then that story is interpreted and analyzed. And the story becomes now a point of reflection. So we sit around with those who answered the questions and we reflect together and we see what is going on well, what is showing or demonstrating a gap, and what are the recommendations. And then together, we call people who are like-minded like us. If we are talking about who are entering the religious life and what is their needs, or what is going on in our schools, then we call those people who are stakeholders and we reflect together and say, what is the intervention we can do? That's why it is important. We need to listen to the ground without any judgment, and research does exactly that. And people are able to talk, and then they can come together and reflect together. So it is a modern tool. We are also using technology in terms of reaching more people. And we are not only working in Kenya, but we have other researchers in other countries in Africa where we are reaching out.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Candida. And I'll be coming back to Sister Josephine in a minute. Just to let you know, our dear listener, that on Radio Mini, we're going to be taking a break for news. So over to you, Radio Mini. Let us take a short break for news. But we continue the conversation here with my brother Silvio, Radio Jangwani, and Shamba there. But I can see Subanese has already arrived, by the way, to let you know. Our brother Subanese has arrived with the young people, and that conversation will be taking over in a few minutes once we are done with the sisters from Sarah here. All right, so our young people, kindly prepare, because we're going to be talking about the resolutions, the draft resolution that we presented yesterday. My dear listener, that conversation is coming back. But Subanese, Silvio, yes. Do you have a question before?
Sure. I do have a question to Sister Josephine. Yes. And the work of Sarah Africa is coming at a time when the church is reflecting deeply on its synodal journey with young people. How does the mission of Sarah Africa contribute to the church's desire to listen, understand, and work with young people?
Thank you so much for that question. Sarah Africa, as the director has already said, it is an initiative of 3 major institutions in the church. That is the Association of Sisters of Kenya. We have the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. We also have Tangaza University. And you'll realize that in these institutions, we have our young people. And as a center for research, we are collaborating to be able to listen to our young people using using research as a way of really listening to the young people. What are their deepest aspirations? What are their challenges? And how can we come in as a church, not simply as individual institutions, but in a spirit of synodality, that we are able to collaborate together, the universities, the sisters in Kenya, of course, all of us under AMACEA, so that we get real information from the youth themselves. And as we continue to reflect on this, we also realize that in this 21st century, and as we advance, we cannot afford really to think about the stories of the past, how things were done, but we want to use research to reach out to the young people in our region, in AMACEA, and we listen to their voices, we listen to their experiences. You'll also realize that in research, especially when we are talking about qualitative research, you're not just capitalizing on figures, but you catch the voice, you get the voice of the participant, so that you can get the meaning behind, the reasons behind what the experiences that they go through. And when we design interventions, we are designing interventions that really speak to the youth of the 21st century.
Okay.
So that is how we move in a synodal way, in a collaborative manner, to reach out to the youth in the AMACEA region. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Josephine. Now back to you, to the director, Sister Candida. Now, young people were at the center of the AMACEA plenary, and have your studies and research revealed about the realities, the aspirations and challenges facing young people in Africa today?
Thank you very much. What we have done, we started in 2020, and we started by looking at youth and vocations. Well, they are, youth are youth. They will choose whether to marry or to enter religious life, whether in as priests and religious men, or religious as women, as religious women. And so, basically, for every institution, it has, when it starts, it has to start somewhere. And so we decided to assess who are entering religious life. What are they, where are they coming from in terms of families, in terms of the workplaces they are, what are their needs? So that as religious women, we can be able to look at our programs when we are forming them, when we are preparing them to become sisters or to become priests, to see whether we can kind of meet their needs and be able to listen to them deeply. We have also encountered youth, especially in terms of their aspirations to the workplace. So as the Association of Sisterhoods in the region of Africa, we have this program where we look at sister-led youth initiatives. These are training centers that are like TVET. They are actually registered with TVET, where youth are trained for skills, for different skills. It could be things to do with the beauty or mechanic skills or tailoring or whatever it is, IT and all that. So we studied that in a research, an action research that we just added and reported, where we were asking them what is the main things that are going well so that we enhance them. What are the gaps? And some of the gaps were connecting the trainee, the graduate, with the employer. And as a result of that, interventions have been done where we create desks. The associations are creating desks where the youth and the employer are connected. And so they are able to speak about their skills, and the employer is able to listen, and the sisters in the centers facilitate that intervention. We have other challenges like advocacy within the youth. That means speaking your voice, advocating for the other person who has no voice. So the youth have become ministers and advocates for the other youth in terms of training and placement, in terms of their rights and that kind of thing. So basically, we intend and we really ask every evangelizer, because even you as communicators are evangelizers, what are the areas you would want us to dig deeper and see what is happening? Because without research, I can tell you, it is not easy to know the whole truth. It is when you do research, research that is action-oriented, Because mostly, when we go for the university and get our degree, we put it in the library, and that is the end. We are concentrating on the 5th and 6th chapter of research process. That is recommendations and facilitating intervention. So using these two, which is the youth are used to, like, for example, when we have the interpretation, we are using skills that the youth are very familiar with. We would like that people really get involved, and we are calling on people to request for this research, because it is very important for us as ministers to support those who are ministers using these tools. So thank you very much. I think this is what I can say about our activities. We have reached out also to the not only formation, but also to the ministry, especially education. And education, we are looking at how is it helping for the ministers, especially for the sisters. When we educate sisters, what does that mean to the community they are serving? Are they impacting? And so we are assessing that and following the sisters wherever they are. There's one funding agency that has also partnered with us, that is Hilton Foundation, Conrad and Hilton Foundation. It has been funding sisters for a very long time, as well as I think dioceses also receive, especially when they are also involved with the sisters. We look at what is the impact sisters are making as a result of that study. And we are realizing it is true. They are getting, they are able to administer in schools, administer in health, and many other areas. Recently, we did a rapid assessment of synodality implementation in the Amecea region, and that report also is very helpful. It was a quick one, but it helps to see what is actually starting to happen across all the players, whether they are youth, the priests, the bishops, all that. And I think that is a start off of some of our ministries that we are going to be supporting the church with as church members.
And listening to you, Sister Candida, I appreciate the fact that you're doing a good job. Let me move to Sister Josephine. Kindly share with us, every organization is guided by certain principles. What are the core values that guide Serra Africa in its work?
Thank you very much. Serra Africa, as you say, it is a church-based center, and therefore we have core values that really guide our operations within the center, and these include stewardship. And in this sense, we know that as church leaders, we are stewards. We are stewards taking care of the people that God has given to us. We are also driven by the value of confidentiality. No research can be conducted without confidentiality. We have to protect the information, we have to protect the participants, and therefore confidentiality is critical. We are also driven by the value of partnership and collaboration, as I said earlier on, and that is why Serra Africa, it's a collaborative initiative of 3 major institutions that we cannot do it alone. The work that we have is so enormous that we need other actors to be able to address the needs in our region. And therefore, by partnering with our higher institutions of learning, we are able to tap synergy, we have skills, we are able to bring our minds together and be able to craft something that can be so meaningful in our ministry. So for us, partnerships and collaboration is good. Then we also have innovation and sustainability. And finally, we are also rooted in the social Catholic teachings of the church, because we are a church-based organization. Those are the key
values. Thank you so much, Sister Josephine. And we are remaining with only 4 minutes to end this conversation because our young men are on standby. Shamba, you have a question?
Yes, I have a question to the director herself. And I know you have tried to respond. You have said some of the things, but if I ask it as a question, it might sound well so that you focus that just on that. What are some of the key areas that Sarah Africa focuses on in its research, particularly when it comes to understanding religious life, the church, and the realities affecting communities across Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. I have talked about something which is very close to our hearts in the church, and that is the training and formation of the clergy, the sisters, the religious men. We are all ministers. I think there is this example, one of the bishops gives us, that there is Peter and Paul. Peter is the hierarchy, and that's where the clergy lies. Paul is the evangelizers. These are the religious men and religious women, but we all work in the field of the Lord. So any social ministries that we are having and pastoral ministries that the clergy is spearheading are areas that we collaborate together. Of course, the challenges are there, in terms of we cannot fund everything because research has to use funds. It is important when we work, and we have realized that we partner together, and that is our value. So that as people are requesting for research around these areas of ministry, we are also looking for resources in terms of experts, in terms of time, and in terms of funds. And together we come after the report is done, we reflect and see where we start. So recently we have, of course, been talking to both the bishops as well as the sisters, and some of the research that we have accomplished. We have two that are ongoing. One is in the formation, then the other one that is ongoing is on education, and the other ones that we have done in other regions have to do with the programs that are there for the youth. The other areas that we have done is to make sure that other people learn how to do action research. So we have trained sisters across the 8 countries. The 8 countries, you can say Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, Malawi, Ghana, Cameroon, Zimbabwe. We have done research in those countries in terms of formation. We also look at care for elderly people and see what are the plans people have for older people as we grow older. How are we taking care of them, especially those in ministry? We don't talk about ourselves. We grow old, by the way. So it means then nobody is going to come and take care of us, you know? So we are asking the sisters, and also I could project this to the priests. We have not done the study for the priests, but I know they are also doing a lot of things to take care of their old priests. So we are trying to be kind of sensible in a way to say, okay, if we want to minister well, we have to take care of our health, because you can be in the home for the elderly, not because you are old. It could be that you have gotten sick, had an accident, and you need care. So this research we did to see what are the needs. Do we have any plans? You know, how many numbers? We also deal with the demographics, you know, because if you don't know the numbers, you cannot serve, because you are not aware of how many people, how many parishes do you have, how many small Christians do you have, how many need this or the other. So demographics is also very key to us. So once we get to know, then together we intervene.
Okay.
There is also the aspect which is very important of, we have put the modules for training that are in our website. Somebody wanting to do action research for themselves, we are training as many as possible so that we snowball this practice of not doing research only to get a degree and put it in the library, but to be able to say, what in the first place were you studying? Then what did you find out? Can you apply that? Okay. And we are saying that to the ministers, whether they are families, small Christian communities, Catholic women, Catholic men, can you do research for yourself and find out what is it that the people need? You know, like has the priest ever asked, what are your spiritual needs as Catholic women, as youth? What are your spiritual needs? Am I reaching you when I preach on Sunday? Can we ask that question and anonymously get the feedback, and so that we are able to improve our preaching?
Yeah.
So it is practical. We cannot do everything, but we are starting as people request. Recently, we had a request from South Africa, the region of major superiors, men and women, to assess for them what programs are necessary for them to be able to minister well. What programs for the ministers and what programs for their own particular communities. And we gave them that report and they were able to start the interventions. The same thing with the others. The Care for the Elderly has networks now. The networks are registered institutions which are intervening. And very soon they'll be coming out to the communities of the faithful to also teach them how to take care of their elder people. So ours moves. You know, it is a matter of analyzing the data, doing the report, getting the beneficiaries and talking together, and then we intervene.
All right.
So
thank you.
We thank you for this platform, because I think we value platforms.
Exactly.
Also.
And we're gonna be engaging you more because of the kind of good work that you do. Thank you so much, Sister Candida. Thank you so much, Sister Josephine, for your time. I really, really appreciate it. By the way, our dear listener, you can check out more information about Serra Africa on www.serraafrica.org, www.serraafrica.org, or you can actually check out info@serraafrica.org, info@serraafrica.org, or you can get in touch 0714-512989. That is the number, 0714-512981. Asanteni sana, sister. On to the next conversation for the day. I will have our young men here in studio, and I'm delighted that indeed I will request my brother Subanis to move, kwa sababu najua wasikilizaji wanasimuliza Brambo, umepeleka wapi Subanis wetu? Oh, Subanis, thank you so much, my brother, for offering to bring us young men here. Vijana wamejikita, wamefika. The conversation continues. Anyway, Silvio,
yes,
what do you have to say?
Kwanza kabisa ni nitasema kwamba wale ambao wameondoka Serra Africa ni kituo cha utafiti kuhusu maisha ya kitawa na utume barani Afrika. Hivyo kwamba wao ndio wale wanakusanya data na kufanya research pale, kuangalia changamoto zilizopo katika maisha ya kitawa na utume na jinsi ambavyo ya kuzicounter. Hivyo kwamba ni kitu ambacho kwa kweli nitasema linapatia shape jinsi ambavyo mambo yanatekelezwa, maana research itakuja kusaidia katika kueleza mengi kuhusiana na kuboresha, kuongeza, labda kuondoa, kupunguza masuala kama yale kutokana na data ambazo ni factual zitakuwa zimefanyika. Na hivyo kwamba ni watawa ambao kwa kweli ukiangalia kazi yao wamejitolea kuhakikisha kwamba utume unapata kuendelezwa.
And I like the way you've summarized it, my brother, that they conduct research and we make informed decisions from the data that we get out of the research that we conduct. And indeed, Serra Africa, they're doing a good job. And we're gonna be having a conversation with them to understand more about Serra Africa.
Yeah.
But our young men, I can see you over there. Kindly walk over to the set so that we can continue with the conversation this morning around our young men here. But in the meantime, Subanis.
Yes.
Sasa nichukua wacha ni meze mate kidogo. You can take over. You've rested enough.
But I'm really glad for the work that you've been doing and the conversation that you've been having with Serra Africa, and for their impact or contribution to the church or the universal church. And also to thank my brother here, Shamba wa Shamba.
Come today.
Thank you so much. You managed to take the risk. All right. Thank you so much, Bramwell, Silvio, together with Shamba. I'm glad to be back here to continue with the conversation. I was also away on an assignment. You know, we are reflecting on journeying with the young people, journeying with them. So you also have to accompany them to ensure that they are safe.
Yes.
So I was an errand to ensure that they are also well taken care of as they find their route here or their way here. To you, my dear listener of Radio Maria Kenya, Nairobi, Karibu sana. Thank you so much, Irene, who is in the studio, was ensured that we are linked to this. And as we continue with the conversations, just to remind you about our contact details, SMS 23405 and our WhatsApp number, that is 0796 485 132. I know there are those who are used to the call line. Okay, if you make a call to the studio, we want to be able to get you. So just feel free to use those channels, SMS 23405 and WhatsApp 0796 485 132. Also, you can follow us on our social media pages. That is our Facebook page, Radio Maria Kenya Nairobi, and also on the page of Radio Waumini. You'll also be able to get the live proceeding. Silvio.
Thank you so much. Na pia upande wangu kwa wasikilizaji wa Radio Jangwani, karibuni. Kama kwamba ndio umefungulia radio yako sasa hivi, kumbuka kwamba ni mazungumzo moja kwa moja kutoka jijini Nairobi. Na kwa basi ni katika chuo kikuu cha Kikatoliki Afrika Mashariki katika kongamano la AMACEA, ambapo basi ni baraza la maaskofu wa Kanisa Katoliki Afrika Mashariki na ya Kati. Na hivyo basi moja kwa moja unapata mubashara matangazo haya, na wengi wageni tunawaleta katika studio ambayo basi imeandaliwa kupitia radio ama muungano wa radio za Kikatoliki, ikiwemo Radio Maria, Radio Jangwani, vile vile basi na Radio Waumini, pamoja na radio nyinginezo msikilizaji, ambao basi moja kwa moja tunapata kushirikiana kuhakikisha kwamba tunakupa mazungumzo mubashara yale yote ambayo yanatokea na yanavyochipuka. Na hivyo kwamba si kitambo tutakuwa Ungana na vijana ambao tayari Subanisa amekuja na wao.
Tayari wamefika hapa, nikiwaona wanatabasamu. Sijui kama wamefurahia hii baridi ya Nairobi. Ama vipi? Labda kulikuwa na joto kiasi, lakini jinsi ambavyo muda unaendelea kuyoyoma, ule mzigo ambao ulikuwepo ni kama unapungua. Sio mzito sana. Manake siku ya leo tungependa tuwasikize vile vile moja kwa moja, tuweze kuzungumza nao. Unajua tulipokuwa tukifuatilia haya, kuna yale ambayo yalituguza sana. Nasi wewe kama msikilizaji, jana ulikuwa ukijiuliza, ni kwa nini tusije tukawaleta hawa vijana tukasikize moja kwa moja hata kwenye redio? Unajua walikuwa pale, wengine kama sisi labda tulikuwa busy. Tulikuwa tunaendelea na shughuli zetu za kawaida. Hatukuweza kufuatilia, lakini kupitia vituo vyetu tumehakikisha kwamba tumeweza kuwaleta kwenye hii panel discussion. Safi tena zaidi bwana Subanis. Na kweli kabisa washadunda studio ni vijana wale ambao basi tutakuwa na chonga na wao kuweza kuangazia mambo mengi tena zaidi bwana Bramwell.
Yes.
Karibu tena zaidi, najua ulikuwa ushasepa kidogo lakini usharejea.
Nimerejea.
Haya moja kwa moja.
Unajua Subanis akiwa lazima nirepe kidogo. All right. I was checking the sound for Subanis.
Okay.
I'm told on the other side that it was bad, but now I'm told it is okay.
Thank you for being a good caretaker.
All right, asante sana. And our dear listener, welcome to the conversation. Remember, this is a joint conversation, a joint live broadcast coming away here from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. The 21st AMACEA plenary is still underway, all right? And that is why we are having this conversation on Radio Waumini, Radio Jangwani, and Radio Amani. So feel free to engage us on the SMS line 0712-223385 on on Radio Waumini, Radio Jangwani.
0717516010. WhatsApp line, tume SMS pale kwa safi.
Subanis?
Naam, kwa upande wa Radio Maria kawaida SMS 23405 au 23405. You can also reach us through our WhatsApp line, that is 0796485132 0796485132.
All right, we will be using this mic. I'm informed that that is the one that is okay. Thank you so much. Irene on the other side, thank you. And our dear listener, for the past several days, the Catholic Church in Eastern Africa has been listening, reflecting and discerning together as part of the 21st AMACEA plenary assembly held here, or that is undergoing here at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa under the theme AMACEA Synodal Journey with young people, building bridges of communion, hope, justice and good governance. And the plenary has placed young people as a priority. Okay, that is exactly what you need to understand. The church is giving the young people an opportunity to raise their concerns to the bishop. That is exactly what has been happening here. And at that conversation that they had with the bishops, our dear listener, remember the aim is to go beyond simply talking about young people. It has been about listening to them. It has been about understanding their realities, hearing their context and concerns, and exploring how the church can work with them more intentionally. And from the deliberations, a number of resolutions have been have emerged. The church is looking at strengthening youth accompaniment and faith formation, creating space for young people to be heard, to be supported in their mental health and well-being, giving them greater opportunities for leadership and decision making, equipping them with the skills, embracing digital evangelization, and most importantly, strengthening safeguardings. But what did the young people themselves actually bring to the table? That is the question that we need to ponder this morning. What concerns did they receive with the did they raise with the bishops? What recommendations did they make? And perhaps most importantly, do they feel that the church has truly listened to them? So today we bring you the conversation closer to you as we hear directly from some of the young people who participated in the plenary, and we want to understand what they experienced, what they said, and what they hope will happen next. Okay, so I am here with these ladies and gentlemen. All right, I like the ratio, well balanced. Subanis, you are. That is why nilikutuma. I knew when I go, I will misbehave. But I intentionally chose you because I knew you will actually embrace the synodal journey.
Right, we have to journey with them. We have to accompany them. Yes. All the way through.
Good. All right, I'll begin with the introduction. Let me begin with mwenye ameshika microphone. Now that
I'm a ladies first.
Thank you so much, Brown and team. My name is Joseph Gulu. Presenting here during the plenary, I was representing the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, Commission for Youth Apostolate, as the national youth moderator, and I come from the Catholic Diocese of Ungana.
All right. Hi, my dear sister, my only friend I have.
Good morning, everyone, and to all our listeners. My name is Rosemary Wamboi. I come from the Diocese of Nairobi, but here as a delegate representing the Kenyan young people, where I serve as the National Youth Secretary, Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, Commission for Youth Apostolate.
Okay.
It's nice to be here.
All right. Our tech guy, kindly check their microphone. I'm told it is low. I don't know whether it is off or it is okay. All right. Kindly introduce yourself.
Okay, I think it's working now. Yes. Beautiful. So my name is Rosemary Wamboi from the Diocese of Nairobi, but here representing the Kenyan youth. I serve in Kenya as the National Youth Secretary, and the Commission for Youth Apostolic.
Okay.
It's wonderful to be here.
Karibu sana, Rose, once more. You know, we had Rose in the morning. Now we have Rose here. Hi, leo ni Roses too.
Roses. Beautiful morning.
Okay, Elijah.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Introduce yourself.
I am Elijah Murevi Riungu from Meru Diocese, but I am here on behalf of the student. I served as the Emeritus President of the National Movement of Catholic Students. Internationally, it is called International Movement of Catholic Students, Pax Romana, and it's one of the movement which is also forms the Commission for the Youth Apostolate.
Okay. Welcome. All right, and our gracious lady, though I know she's shy to talk.
No.
Mambie jambo. Jambo. Kindly move closer to the mic. Move closer to the mic. Closer to Elijah. Move your seat closer to Elijah. Elijah is a gentleman.
Yes.
Yeah, I've known him for so many years. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Meklit Solomon. I came from Ethiopia, Catholic Bishop Conference of Ethiopia, and from Youth Ministry Office. I'm National Youth Coordinator, and then I'm also here delegate of Ethiopia Youth.
All right, you said your name is Meklit.
Meklit. Yes.
Okay, Meklit. Welcome, Meklit, all the way from Ethiopia.
Thank you so much.
We are glad. That is the power of AMACEA, right? So we made now friends all the way from Ethiopia to Southern Sudan, name them. So let me begin with your overall experience, having participated in the 21st AMACEA plenary. What has it been like to sit at the same table with the bishops? Brother Joseph.
It has been amazing. When we started this journey, I don't think we envisioned it this far. I remember when this was introduced to us the first time, we were wondering, most of us had not interacted with AMACEA before. We started this in March. The journey has been going on. For me personally, when I came into AMACEA the first time, was in 2023 as a youth representative from Kenya. And the journey began with this, we were trying to see how do we put our voices together collectively. And yesterday actually we were having a sharing about it, and it has just, we seeing the now we are able to speak to our bishops, spaces being created, and they took the theme as with their heart. I think for us it was an amazing experience. I think it will go down in history as one of the first, actually the first plenary assembly where we have, it is not a normal plenary assembly.
No.
You have young people being part of the assembly, putting in their voices and taking part in discussion that actually involves them.
Okay.
So I think for me it has been an amazing experience. And I'm really, really grateful to AMACEA and the conferences, all conferences put together, and all our bishops.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joseph. Rose,
Yes,
how has been the experience?
Oh, wow, it's been amazing. I cannot repeat what it has said, but it's really a shared experience.
Yeah.
What stood out for me, in addition to it being mind-blowing, the fact that we can have a sitting with so many bishops and then young people being part of it, is the fact that they were actively listening. I could see that. And when we could raise some issues were raised, and we could see their pens moving. Like they were really taking they were really taking note of the things that we are saying, of the grievances that we have, and of the aspirations that we have as young people. So I would say the thing that
Oh, wow. It's been amazing. I cannot repeat what Bill has said, but it's really a shared experience. What stood out for me, in addition to it being mind-blowing, the fact that we can have a sitting with so many bishops and then young people being part of it, is the fact that they were actively listening. I could see that. And when we could raise, some issues were raised, and we could see their pens moving, like they were really taking down, they were really taking note of the things that we are saying, of the grievances that we have, and of the aspirations that we have as young people. So I would say the thing that I am carrying most from this plenary is hope. Hope that in as much as we are not where we want to be, there's so much willpower and goodwill to take us in the direction that we think we need to be going. Yeah.
Right. Elijah?
My experience was quite humbling, and at the same time, I would say the church gave us a gift of exposure, because by all measures and standards, this was an international meetings, and this was also another form of also training us in not only representing the church in a forum such as this, but the church is also looking forward to people like us representing the church also in other international forums in our respective careers, guided by the Catholic social teachings. That was the first thing. The second thing, I think what stood out for me from what just Rosa shared was the amount of resource and knowledge that is in the church. I got now to experience firsthand what you understand by having a PhD in philosophy, PhD in what, and through some of these bishops we are sitting with, and they're giving out points about young people, and you're like, we have been really also us missing a lot from them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Melkit, how has been the experience so far as you're going back home?
It's so wonderful, as it's my first time to present Ethiopia international level, and then to be delegate. It's really wonderful to participate in this international 21st AMACEA plenary. And then I want to say, I just realized the word. It's good to be here. It's wonderful to be. It's real. Because I really experienced that we are just listened by our bishops, our priests, and all the religious persons, and it's wonderful.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Good. Let me throw it to Selvio.
Yes. Now we want to delve into now the issues, and one of the key resolutions that were presented as a draft by the bishops is about the accompaniment of young people as a pastoral priority. And I'll ask Subanese, you have the audio, maybe you can play, and we get to listen to it first.
Of accompaniment. To foster the spirit of synodality, the plenary resolves to A. Reaffirm the accompaniment of young people as a pastoral priority within the AMECEA region by developing and implementing comprehensive age-stratified youth pastoral programs that respond to the varied needs of young people. 2. Establish structures, training and appointing committed youth chaplains. D. Journey with young people in discerning their vocation, careers, and participation in society and in the life and mission of the church. To create inclusive pastoral programs and structures that listen to and empower young people of diverse backgrounds and abilities. Institutionalize youth.
Now, the audio there is about the theme accompaniment. Now, will that resolution address your needs? Dale?
Yes. I think when I had that resolution, I almost jumped from my seat. One, it is very serious for us. The issue of accompaniment, and you heard us calling it out over and over again. The issue of accompaniment has been a big issue for us, and the first part about it was those who the bishops task, because I know the bishops usually delegate that work to whether it's the chaplains or youth animators. You'll realize we have seen huge gaps in that space. One, because due to lack of formation, so they are not formed in their specific roles or what they are supposed to do. We have noticed that clearly. In most other places, we have also realized those who are sent to work with us in that space sometimes lack the charism to do so. Okay. So this now, when I heard the bishop saying it has to be reaffirmed and be put that it is compulsory when it goes down to the parishes, to the dioceses, those who are there has to be some form of accompaniment for the young people. Okay. That is number one. The other one I think I really liked was the issue of age groups. Now this one about the age groups has been very unique for us because understand the youth, and I think this also was influenced by Professor Selvam's, Father Selvam's presentation the day before, where he was talking about we need to be very creative now. We cannot address youth as just this one collective group from, you see, right now, if we are seated in this room, some of us are Gen Zs, others are millennials. Our thinking and understanding, and we're still youth. We're still considering, under the government, we're still young people. So you realize that our needs are different. I am looking for a job. Maybe my younger brother is looking for going an opportunity to go to the university. His needs will be very different. So the church now has to start thinking, they are young people, yes, but under which category? These ones may need these specific needs. These ones may need these specific needs. And I really like that it came out very clearly. For me, that was one of the highlights of the presentation of the resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. Now, to Meklit, maybe will that resolution address the needs of the youths in Ethiopia?
I hope so. Because, okay, sorry, it's working.
Yeah, talk through the mic.
Those resolutions, I hope it's working for Ethiopian users, because as Bill mentioned, there are a lot of categories, especially at the Gen Zs and then the millennials, and then even though the cultural differentiations, it has some impact on those users. So those resolutions or the impacts or like the recommendations, I think it will help for users. Yeah.
Thank you. To Elijah,
yes, sir.
Maybe to your side, talk about the resolution that has just been.
I want us to pause for a moment and listen to that sentence on committed chaplains, not experienced chaplains, not trained chaplains. These are committed chaplains, very specific. These are chaplains who have got the art of the young people at heart. The second thing that I also want to look at, it is coming up with structured ways of training and organizing young people. You know, a university such as this, such as Choir, it is here where it is right now by all international standards because there is a structure which is guiding it. There is an organizational structure that the bishops, they have also said that when you look at the whole church, it is structured. And I think that is one of the power which has also maintained the relevance of the church also for 2,000 years. Yeah. So the same structure now want also to be introduced among young people. And we know where there is structure, it means that one, we spell out confusion and we bring clarity. So nobody now will start saying that their voices are not heard where there is a structure, because you know who to report to, and also if anybody is not doing or also not playing their part, either ask the young people, them the bishops or the people, the animators or the chaplains, it can clearly show. It can clearly show, because you cannot lie to a structure.
Right.
Committed chaplains and the structures.
Okay. Subanis?
All right. Thank you so much for that. Allow us now to move to the next question, which is on catechesis and faith formation. Because faith formation and catechesis are also part of the resolutions. What did you tell, we just like to listen to you, what did you tell the bishops about the challenges the young people face in understanding and living out their Catholic faith in today's world? Right? Maybe if you allow me just to play some of the resolutions that the bishops had on this, on matters on catechesis and faith formation. Let us listen to this.
The second theme that was fished out was catechesis and faith formation, recognizing the vital role of catechesis and faith formation. The plenary resolves to strengthen catechetical and sacramental formation of the young people to foster a mature Catholic identity, solidify structured and ongoing catechesis that forms young people as missionary disciples rooted in Catholic teaching, promote peer-to-peer evangelization in faith formation and leadership, integrate Catholic social church teaching, ethical leadership, digital literacy, and the responsible use of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies into youth formation programs. Develop ongoing formation for young people preparing for various vocations. Commission Catholic digital catechesis in.
All right, so now having listened to the resolutions given by the bishops, do you think that it actually responds to the concerns that you raised? And if anything, do you feel, maybe if you feel there is something that is maybe missing out of it? Let me start with Rose.
Okay.
Because we've missed your voice.
Yes. Okay, I see this is a very synodal sitting. Thank you for that. I think catechesis is really at the heart of the faith. Some of the things that came up during our discussion was the fact that young people really face an identity crisis. And in a big way, having catechesis gives them the tools to be able to navigate the questions of life. So in a big way, this empowers young people to be able to lead their own lives in ways that they would be proud of. Yes, in a very big way. And I think I like that it was mentioned in that particular way because it is extremely helpful. If it is carried out and executed as planned, it would very much help. Another thing I would add is the catechesis and faith formation would also help the young people, Catholic young people, to own their faith and also to be digital evangelizers where appropriate. Right, because we have also had that there's some exodus of either young people leaving the church or becoming, going to other religions or going to other denominations or leaving the faith entirely, starting to believe in some other things. So this, when they are able to understand the faith, then it gives them the tools then to associate themselves with the truth.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
And I like what you are saying. Yes. In terms of digital evangelization, because again, the plenary also recognized the importance of small Christian communities. And I really want Joseph to respond to that because they are also appreciating the fact that right now we need to move even online by introducing online Christian communities. What do you have to say about that?
I think they are challenged. And I want to share because this is not the first time I'm hearing it. Already even back in my home diocese, it is a conversation that had already begun on the issue of we are now, the situation has shifted. You remember Bram some few years back, the Christian community would only meet on Sunday.
Exactly.
And we had time from 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. to 6, 7, we meet and you finish. But now, our work culture has changed completely. The church has to understand that now people are no longer working from Monday to Friday. Most workspaces go all the way up to Sunday. Even in most spaces, you are working and then you dedicate. So you realize the church is realizing now there is a gap, but we have to answer this gap. So I've seen, and it's something that is emerging, that we are growing very, very strong digital small Christian communities. And I think that's a space where young people can easily come in. Because I may not be able to attend where you are physically, but we can catch up and continue building a space. I remember one time someone was saying, does the bishop actually know that he may have a diocese online where you have let's say it's Ngong diocese, my faithful people are there and we have an online community, so this is also my territory. I come and pray for them, and it's just I remember it was during one of our digital trainings and it was a very nice explanation. Maybe also to reference to something Rose had said earlier, I want to go back to the issue of sacraments, and I want to remind people there's something Pope Leo said when he went to Spain, and I think this is where this begins and stems from. When he went to Spain, he challenged and asked, we give confirmation to young people. when you get confirmed, you are confirmed at around age 11. The 10 Commandments, that is what the young person has carried all this period. So the church is saying, no, let us go deeper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salvio.
Yes.
Back to you.
Now we'll shift to the next theme, which is the mental health and psychosocial well-being. And
Amaleoya Radio namba moja Fafa Yuma Marsabit County Lageni Sampadada 6.3 FM Tuko na Kiswahili kile nile kisaburu
Sira na kitibidi, sira na barbar shere, sira na kitadare Kando montaipo Keito bot boniti Pene ben kama nitene torokaden Lema hati nakata tumaga Maata turukwan
Tuko ndani ya Samburu Isiolo Wajir Marsabit Radio namba moja Radio Jangwani
Joko Jangwani ya kadhia
106.3 FM Radio Jangwani, Baragumu ya Faraja.
Thank you. As a social worker, my concentration was on children, youth, and family. So when we come to youth, mental health and then psychosocial support it's a priority, especially nowadays. Through this globalization, there is a lot of complicated things. Especially, we are facing a lot of things that use this. So and then when I call it the psychosocial support, there's a psychological first aid, what we call, which is included listening and then listening and then I think speaking. So listening is come first and then looking second. So it's a part of healing processing or psychological support, to be heard or to be listened, and then also to be checked. What's going on? What do you feeling? Or we need to be checked from the church and then also from the societies. So it's really, really important, especially nowadays for the users. We need to be conscious, being conscious. We need to really, really focus on that. I think, yeah.
Elijah, mental health and psychosocial well-being was one of the challenges that were brought forward by the youths. Now, what do you have to say about it?
Honestly, when I had that resolution, I was quite excited because of two things. One, I am a nurse myself by profession, and I've ever even rotated in psychiatric unit, and most of my patients, or in confidentiality, most of them were young people, such as myself. So, and this tells me now we are having a church which is not only interested with the faith of this young person, but with the holistic well-being of this young person. Now we are looking about the faith, physical and emotional health. And when we are creating, when the church is creating these safe spaces for healing and wellness, and promoting the health of these young people, this shows how much intentional now the bishops and also the church is really, really, really interested in what we are talking about. You know, for Rosie also works in a medical field, and she will also tell you that family is also a key component in healing, the journey of healing. And if now this family now is now found in church through this youth app, through sports activities that we are also engaging young people, giving them avenue not only to express themselves, and also if you have also listened to something, creating links Links, I am talking about, I know the church is quite invested in hospitals. So links, I think those are the links also. Hospitals, bringing up professionals, not just people, professionals, people who have been trained competently to handle these matters.
Right.
And then the last thing, there's one thing that the young people wanapenda sana. Let us keep it real. Yesterday Bill took us to a place where let us keep it real. So, and I think as an hub like that one, now we are discussing raw conversation. Bro, manze, nilicommit abortion, manze. Na nilisema ule mse, nilisema manze yangu akacommit abortion, na inani affect personally. Endaji through this place. Now, without condemnation, and also how we can also get to bring this other person back to church, and also that lady back to church. And ama bro manze niko kwa drugs, madri, nimejaribu kuacha, nimeata, inashindikana, nimeshindwa kabisa. Sindio? And now we are discussing, and you're talking about this, siwe si wa kwanza, mse ana share story yake, mse ana share story yake, kwa upendo, kwa umoja, and then kila mse hapo anatoka kwa fit ya kwa fresh.
All right.
Yeah.
Maybe still on that, the point that Elijah has raised. Let's say we have this scenario.
Yeah.
When we have a young person who is struggling mentally.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you think, or they know where to turn to within the church? And my question now is this. Let's say somebody is struggling mentally. So what kind of support do you think the church can do to make it easier for this young person to be attended to without being judged? Right.
You know, there is something that people take so casually and lightly when you say that you should open up. I should open up. I should open up to you as who? As who now? I should open up to you as who now? So now the church now intending to create youth-friendly spaces. Youth-friendly spaces, it means, you see, if you listened yesterday, there's a professor who said that he encouraged the people in his faculty to share their stories for 15 minutes before a lecture. So if we are having also, you know, priests, or not all priests, all our priests, all our bishops, and all, even most of you here, not most of you, all of you here, we have not all come from a pure, clean plate. You see what St. Augustine says, that every saint had a past and every sin has a future. So we are having these people now telling young people now, you see, whatever thing that you are experiencing, I cannot say that I can actually feel what you are saying, but I think I have been on that journey. I have struggled with alcoholism. We bring people who are recovery addicts in alcoholism. I was struggling with masturbation. I was struggling with prostitution. I was struggling with this and this and this and this. We are keeping it real.
Zero 0717516010. What do you have to say about the submissions and also the resolutions from the bishops?
Exactly. We really want to hear from you, by the way, as a young person who has been represented here. Were all your issues voiced by the people you sent and you trusted, by the way? 0712223385 is the SMS line.
All right. I can see Bill is smiling. Finally, Bill, take over the microphone. You feel free to share with us.
I am smiling because I happen to be in the group, the group number 7 that presented safeguarding policies and issues to do with mental health. And I remember while we were in the group, there's something very special that also came out. And I like the way Elijah brought it. Who am I speaking to? Who am I going to share? You're telling me to open up. Who am I opening up to? So another critical area, I think, when this was being addressed, that was being looked at, because I would really like people to, I wish AMACEA could also publish the group discussions that took place so that people can see what formed the background to the resolutions. One of the things we have is we insisted clearly on having professionals being there to handle issues to do with mental health. And I liked the presentation that we began with. You remember the first presentation on the history of AMACEA, where Bishop, I've forgotten his name, Bishop George, yes. He shared this very interesting background, and he said, you remember there is a time where the church took mental health as a disease-like issue. They didn't treat it as a psychological. What do you mean you have a psychological problem? That you need people to come and talk to you. You have to struggle, wake up, go to work. We don't have such things in the society. And then he said, now they are realizing, no, we can't look at it anymore like that. It has become serious. It has reached here. Our young people are committing suicides, homicides, the issues of drugs, alcohol. You've touched all of them. Then there are other things that came out. So when we agreed on number one, having proper safe spaces where you have professionals involved, and let it not be a one-way model where I am only coming every day to see Rose. Rose may be a predator. So we need a group of people who come, so that in case I'm not comfortable with Rose, I can see somebody else. There has to be a proper mental desk at parishes. That was one of the recommendations that came from my group. There has to be a proper desk for mental health at the parish level, especially at the parish level. At the diocese, we go there once in a while. But at the parish level, I'm there every day. Then the other thing that also, when I was listening to that resolution, I could pick from the background was the idea of peer counseling. So it was also recommended to the bishops, and I think it is hidden in the context of what they were saying, is the issue of empowering young people and training them in counseling services to provide peer counseling. And that is what now brings the safe space.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Joseph. Now to Meklit. Okay, the resolution calls for mental health and psychosocial support, right? Maybe what practical steps would you like to see in our parishes, in our schools and youth programs to ensure that this support reaches the young people where they are?
Okay, in our context,
right?
I think there's a lack of knowledge or what we call opportunity to know, especially for parish priests. I recommend if they get a training of youth psychology. Especially because they have to, or they need to understand what the youth psychology is, what we feel, what's our emotions, the hormonal change, and what we call the complications, and then the challenge that we face. I think they have to understand those psychologists, especially for the youth psychologists. So I now I'm recommending for our parish priests, and then for our bishops to get a training or some insight on youth psychology, because I think it will help to understand easily what's going on. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Meklit, for that. And now to Rose. Maybe if you could ask the church to do one thing differently when it comes to young people's mental health, what would it be?
Okay, mine would be the promotion of authentic community in the church. And this one now stops becoming just the responsibility of the clergy. It becomes the responsibility of the people of God. Because it has mentioned by two of my fellow panelists that there's a question of who am I opening up to. So that opening up stops becoming performative. It needs to be authentic. So the family of God, the community, the church needs to be a space where people can be able to open up. So that would look like promoting the mental health, rather than just treating mental illness. Yes.
Okay, that is very interesting, Subanis.
Right.
Okay, they are going to the issue of addressing the root. Very, very interesting. And if you are joining us right now, our dear listener, remember this is a live broadcast coming your way from Choir, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, where we have the 21st AMACEA plenary that is still underway. And this joint broadcast is brought to you courtesy Radio Waumini, Radio Jangwani, and Radio Maria here in Nairobi. And we are talking to young men, the delegates, whom other young men in other dioceses sent to represent here with their concerns. They voiced their concerns to the bishops, and the bishops we received a draft of resolutions as we continue looking for the way forward. But I want to talk to Joseph there, because I was following while seated here while you were having that panel discussion, and something that you brought out, Joseph, in your presentation is that at our family level there is a delink. Parents are no longer available. All right, we are too busy even for our own children. You went to the organizations. You said that these young men are not being given opportunities, and now we have recommendations on family. I don't know whether Subanis got that audio.
Right,
is it ready?
Here.
Good.
We can listen to it now.
Acknowledging the family as the domestic church and the primary place of nurturing faith and identity, the plenary resolves to strengthen ongoing family catechesis to foster homes that nurture gospel values and responsible parenthood, solidify ongoing formation for young people preparing for the vocation of family life, encourage families to actively and consciously participate in the liturgical and sacramental life of the church, establish and enhance structures that support family apostolates, reinforce identity formation of young people to help them know and appreciate their dignity, purpose, and worth.
I listened to that. Listen to those resolutions. There are 5 of them touching on family. Are the concerns that you raised being addressed by these 5 points under family?
Yes. This one is for me. The issue of family has been a serious crisis. I think I will go again a little bit back. If you remember the report of young people, there's something that came out on most of us come from broken families. I have not had a chance. I'm using my dad is there, but I'm using an example.
Yeah.
I'm coming from a family I've never had an opportunity to experience my dad, and I liked this. During one of the sessions, I remember we met with one bishop from Uganda, and he came to us and he told me one day he was doing ordination and he went to bless the priest. So after he had placed his hands on the priest that he was after ordination, he hugged the priest, and the priest broke down. And the priest told the bishop, I have never seen my dad hug me my entire life.
Look at that.
I've never seen my dad hug me my entire life. And what does this say? This is somebody who's going into service. Similar to what you are saying. I'm assuming, I'm trying to imagine maybe when you are in your social space, social work, and you've never had this feeling of love. I go back also to what Mother Teresa used to say. The one problem that we have in this world, and the only single problem, is lack of love. And this is very, very key to what we are trying to address. Actually, when you go to the root issue behind family and why we don't have that, is the love seems to, young people seem to feel like, I'm not loved here. And this creates another internal problem and becomes also psychological, mental, develops into so many other, even how they express themselves. So for me, when you ask me, whether this addresses, it does. But I think we can still go even a little bit further. This is why I liked what Rose said. It is now, we are moving now into something where we have now communal responsibility. Every one of us has to be accountable, including we as children. So for me, the family is the fundamental unit. It is where our parishes come from. It is where our outstations come from. It is where our priests come from. It is where our religious sisters come from. The president came from the family. God didn't drop the president from heaven. He was raised by a family. So whatever experience you get there, for those 20 or 18 or 10 or even 2 years, those are what build how you're going to relate with other people outside. So if we miss that, we have missed everything.
Wow, well said. Let me move to Elijah. Listening to your brother Joseph as he elaborates on the proposals that have been made. The draft, it's still a draft in regards to family. There are 5 things that have been proposed there. Do you think there is something that has been left on the floor? How I wish this was included.
Yeah, I love what Cardinal Robert Sarah talks on the African philosophy. Says a man can never live without a woman, and a man and a woman, they cannot survive without a very bad important element, and that's the child. And the child now learns to beget or to create the same way it was created. But where is this child learning how to do this thing? From the family. And that is why Cardinal Sarah, I agree with him when he says that right now, especially in Africa, there is an attack of families. There is an attack of what? Families. So I think also if the church could also continue championing, I am also insisting on this, championing of emphasizing that young people can still do, have the sacrament of matrimony without grand weddings. We have seen mass weddings. Now, by doing that one, we have tackled the issues of cohabiting. Yeah. And also, we have also included now living the Catholic teachings on things to do with what? Marriage. So I think, especially right now, young people, I think I'm speaking from the student perspective now. Right. We have seen a lot of cohabiting, and this cohabiting now is going all over. It's going all over, and you're having people who are cohabiting in their 30 years old, 35 years old, and now these people, they cannot receive the body of Christ. Right. And Christ himself says that he who eats my body and drinks my blood, I will be in him, and he will be in him. So we have so many people who are walking around and coming in church without having Christ in their heart, just because of just one simple thing, the sacrament of matrimony. Yes.
Okay. Melkit, as you're going back to Ethiopia, do you feel that these 5 proposals have addressed the concerns that young people in Ethiopia are facing? Sure,
definitely. Especially when I come to the family, there are a lot of children's facing that especially family conflicts, raising up in family conflicts. So first, especially for users, my recommendation or my suggestion, before you start dating or when you have a plan to create a family, be sure that your partner have a heart of God, be sure that he or she have a fear of God, and then really not going back for the church, but really that spirit, because at least when there is if there is occurred conflicts between, that word of God will control the relationships. So first we have to be sure when we select our partner, and then the rest will be continued. That's my suggestion parts. And then when we come to those family issues, because everything starts from the family. As everyone said, government, church, even the country, it starts from family. So I can see there are lot of orphanage centers worldwide and also in Ethiopia. And I also volunteer on one institution called Love and Care Ethiopia in Addis Ababa, located in Addis Ababa, and it have more than 1,000 orphan children in different centers, and then we are like more than 3,000 volunteers, and then we have our own centers to be there and then visit the children every week, like once or twice in a week. And then when we reach them, we can see the joy they have, the feel of love, the feel of listened, like they really value our presence and then our love for them. So I can see that every child needs to be cared and loved, and then also to be listened what they want, and then they have to get what they want at the age, and then so church have to be concerned on this.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much for your points here. Now, back to what Bill raised. When we say that young people maybe they don't find that love, the attention, and the guidance, or somebody who is available, ready to listen to them at home. So my question will be, where do they turn to? And maybe what dangers can arise when young people search for belonging somewhere else, apart from home they expect should be there for them. Rose.
Okay, so I think what happens when young people do not get the kind of love and attention that they need from home is that first of all they question their work.
Okay.
And then from this questioning of work stems so much vices. So you look for that identity in all the wrong places, and you'll be sure to slip away. Yes, so you can get into the wrong friend groups, get into wrong behaviors, and I think that's the route that is going to take most of the time.
All right. Yeah. To you, Bill.
So remember, love is God, and God is love. So when you lack love, then the presence of God also disappears. Not that God lives, God does not. Please note, God does not live. It is you who feels the presence of God has left. And in such a space, we say that when that space is left empty, anything can fill it. And when other things start filling it, now comes rejection, now comes the feeling of being misunderstood, then comes marginalization. You feel like, I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. That again brings about the issue of crisis, identity crisis, and so many other things. And now that again, from inside, it comes out into issues now to do with drugs, issues to do with sickness problems, issues to do with so many things. You find so many young people all of a sudden have ulcers. If you look at it, where did these ulcers come from? This was somebody who was perfectly healthy when they were growing up. The other day we were sharing, I was on the same table with Elijah, Rose, and Kandu. Kandu comes from Zambia, and they're all medics. They are studying in the field of within the field of medicine. And they were sharing something very interesting on the rise of cases of high blood pressure, especially among young people, if I'm correct. And surely at 26, 27, where are you getting this? You see, but now when you look at the experiences back again, it goes back to the family. If you get to go deeper and you go into the deeper psychology behind what is happening, the experiences, you realize some of these things actually begin there. So the stress levels and all these things. So I think for me, that is the view. I have.
All right. Kindly allow me to read some of the feedback that we are receiving from our studios. Okay. Good morning, the fraternity and the protocols observed. Okay. Greetings and grateful for the follow-up. Bramwell Silvia umesalimika sana. Actually, the youth needs to wake up after all, make an attempt to catch up with the church and the government guidelines, to do self-observation and take control to attract more youthful guys to emulate stated guidelines that can one be self-dependent. And then there is also another feedback here. Actually, the youth needs to understand the church and the government leaders are very busy modeling the entire society all over the world. And they might see being dumped, but not to make efforts to attend seminars or workshops and conferences that can teach a lot through our professional counselors, mentors, to foster formation in faith growth. And then another one is saying, to some extent, these youthful guys are the ones busy, quite hard to hear and have advised. They tend to buy their time together, attracted by today's technology, and move alongside to meeting in hidden place for laxity and joys of this world. So detaching themselves from the church engagements and lacking motives to seek proper analysis for future planning, they end up cutting off their life at early ages. Advice is here by taking control, a session with the elders for mentorships, and asking questions to get answers that can brighten their days to come.
Joseph, that is my
There's one point whereby Joshua said it's like the youths are hard-headed and not listen. They are attracted to the technology that we're having currently. I don't know. What do you feel? What do you say? Are you objecting or you?
No. I just want to respond, but in a very kind manner.
Right.
You see, when we talk of journey, what do you understand by journey? Journeying is, if for me to understand you, I need also to put myself in your shoes.
Yeah.
I need to walk with you. I may not have understanding of who Bramwell is, but for me to understand, I need to accommodate Bramwell within my space. And for Bramwell to understand me, Bramwell has to accommodate me within his space. So I think I like this conversation because it brings an issue of intergenerational dialogue.
Right.
Because when we talk of intergenerational dialogue, I think that is one of the things that brought us to where we are here today. The why we are having this discussion is because the young people have found a way to bring their voices up to a certain level and now are also open. Remember, even us staying here, we have been very open to listen to the bishops and get to understand where now they say they are busy. Why, my Lord Bishop? Why are you so busy? You can't be with us. But now you see, it brings also an understanding. Yesterday we were talking with Rose and she was sharing her experience of her personal relationship with her adults. I'm not saying with other people. and she made me laugh when she said, I'm so glad because of that experience in journey. Today where I am, I feel like we can understand each other.
Right. I
have learned to listen and they have also learned to listen to me. They have learned to accommodate me. It is a dialogue. It is never a one-sided approach. If you want to get the young people to move with you, you have to learn to dialogue with them.
Right. So
which is exactly what the
just hold on that. When you talk of intergenerational dialogue, do you feel like there is a communication gap between different age groups or the young and the older generations? What do you think maybe is causing this?
I will reference and still write so that I'm protected.
Always protected, yes.
Reference and write. You remember even the bishops were explaining. Bishop George made a joke and he said, even here where we are seated, there are younger bishops and older bishops. And the older bishops sometimes can look at the young one and say, This one, and they will, but it is because of the generational gaps.
Okay.
We understand they are there, and there has to be for sure a communication gap. That is why we are there.
All right.
Our purpose is to bridge the gap, and why I'm saying there is a communication gap is, remember your reality and experience was very different. And for you, you can't carry that over and assume that will be the reality and experience. For example, my younger sister, her realities and experiences are very different. When she was growing up, she had artificial intelligence with her. When I was growing up, I have found artificial intelligence when I'm almost finished with my university studies. But now you see, for me to understand how she thinks and she processes, for me, I would carry textbooks like this to go and study. And we didn't have the phones, for most of us who are here, we didn't have the phones to go. For her, she doesn't have to carry the textbooks. She will go to ChatGPT and search the specific topic she wants and study. That is the kind of dialogue I'm talking. It's one that builds and helps us grow, both those who are older and those who are younger.
All right. And talking about ChatGPT, you would realize that before even these particular resolutions, we received a presentation from Father Dr. Stephen Mbugua Karanja, and he gave an overview, a perspective of some of the challenges that are facing young people globally. And one of the things that caught my attention, he mentioned about shallow doctrinal formation. And he said that these young people lack deep understanding of the faith and the church teachings. Okay, and here we are looking at a resolution about digital evangelization, and there are 3 recommendations that the plenary are proposing. Number 1, train, mentor, and commission Catholic digital missionaries for effective evangelization. And number 2, integrate training in digital evangelization into priestly and religious programs. And number 3, encourage ethical and responsible integration of artificial intelligence and digital technology into catechesis, evangelization, formation, and Catholic education. How do you think this is going to mitigate that particular gap? Do you have that soundbite on digital evangelization?
Digital evangelization and media engagement, we brought out the following. Taking into consideration the opportunities and challenges presented by the digital age, the plenary resolves to train, mentor, and commission Catholic digital missionaries for effective evangelization. Integrate training in digital evangelization into priestly and religious formation programs. Encourage ethical and responsible integration of artificial intelligence and digital technologies into catechesis, evangelization, formation, and Catholic education. Develop and strengthen pastoral programs that equip young people with technological, entrepreneurial, and life skills for evangelization and sustainable livelihoods.
Good. I'll go to Elijah. Do you think these proposals are going to help bridge that particular gap?
So when Prof mentioned on shallow understanding of faith, let us ask ourselves, where is this coming from? One, we all know that in order for learning to take place, repetition is very important. And that's why we came up with this resolution. Like what you just said, you taught this person catechesis when he was 11 years old, and then from 26 years old for 15 good years, he has been with the same information. Same information and same content, and probably he has never even attended another catechesis class. So it is very important also for us as young people also, and also for the church, to continue again and again and again and again and again and again until it sinks in our head. The second thing, the shallow also understanding of the faith comes from the noise around. If you go online, everybody has his own or her opinion. everybody has got either our own sources, and some of these sources are misinformed.
Yeah.
And that is why we said, let us come with official handles, like we know, like Radio Waumini. So we can point fingers to Radio Waumini if they start posting, or Radio Maria if they start posting, or Radio Jangwani if they start posting anything which is contrary to the Catholic teachings now, on which we know you cannot, because that is your job. That is what you have paid to do, to disseminate the information that the church intends to teach its people. So I think when we are having such forums now, it spells out the misinformation and also brings us the truth, which Rosie was also talking about earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Melkit? What do you think in regards to those proposals that have been made on digital evangelization?
It's really true, especially as we are on a digital era. There are a lot of things. Almost all people are on social media.
Yeah.
And they are scrolling a lot of things, watching and they listen. So, as a Catholic Church, the digital evangelization has to be come over because most of young people, they are on their phone. So if they have with the busy schedules, so at least when they scroll on the social media, they can get the word of God, or some preaching, church teaching, and then social teachings of Catholic Church. So it's really better to focus on that, and also to focus on the ethical and then moral of how to use the social media and the digital media, because there are some people misbehave on the social media, and then that leads our young people to other paths. So we need to be aware for our young people how to behave on social media, and then the ethical things.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll throw it back to Silvio.
Thank you so much. And one of the key themes that were also discussed at the plenary is about the youth leadership and co-responsibility, actually what you guys are actually doing. And in recognition of that, young people are not merely the future of the church, but active partners in this mission. So, Subanis, if you have that sound or audio bite for the youth leadership and co-responsibility, maybe you can listen to it.
You're right. You go ahead as I look for it.
Yes. Maybe one of the questions before we get to hear the sound, as young delegates, do these resolutions make you feel that the church is ready to entrust you with leadership and co-responsibility? And what practical opportunities would you like to see created for young people?
Right. Before we get a response,
already got this?
Yes, we got it.
Oh, okay.
So that our brother can help us get the right proposed solutions. Remember, these are draft resolutions that again will be fine-tuned, and at the end of the day we'll get a final document in regards to all that we are saying today. Yes.
Under digital evangelization and media engagement, we brought out the following, taking into consideration the opportunity.
All right, as they continue to look for the right audio clip on youth leadership and core responsibility, maybe we can just give you a moment to share if you were able to listen to the resolution that was made. Okay? And we start with the make it.
Okay.
So you can say you're very ready.
It is already with you.
Oh, the audio is ready.
Okay.
Yes, the audio is ready. We can get. Remember, there are several proposals that were made in regards to this particular resolution. That is exactly what we want to listen to. Right, are we on, or it is bringing some
Leadership and co-responsibility. Valuing young people as responsible partners partners in the society and church mission, the plenary resolves to encourage greater youth participation in liturgy and evangelization, enhance leadership skills among young people to foster active participation in the church and community decision-making processes, pursue holistic development through spiritual, intellectual, emotional, social, and professional advancement among young people, support policies that foster good governance, social justice, peace building, and meaningful youth participation in civic life.
Thank you. That is it. And now the question to the delegates. Do the young people, the youth, feel that they have enough opportunities to also contribute meaningful to the life and mission of the church?
I think so. There are opportunities because why we are here is church gave us opportunity to participate in our parishes, and I would like to really thank our church. Because most of leaders, as we see, maybe they have an open conversation with their family or the opportunities, or they have active participation in their own church. So church gave us the opportunity to really participate, especially for the choirs and then other users. There are other movements, right? So when we come to the leadership side, yes, there's opportunity, but there's also, I think, fear of being judged, especially the young peoples, and then they, because of this feeling, and they have like a fear of making a decision, because they are almost struggling with being judged. What he will going to say me, and then she like that. So let's allow those young people to make a mistake, not intentionally, but let allow them, and then let them also learn from their mistake.
Okay.
So I think that's more special things, because if we are feeling on they working like judged, like we don't boost our confidence.
Okay.
So we refuse to participate as a leader, or so please for also the young leaders, and then for the seniors one, I really recommend, let them make a mistake, not intentionally, but let them. So at least when we correct them, it will be with love. Okay, you with appreciation. Okay, you've done like this. It's really great, but there is some mistakes.
Okay.
So can you correct that, like with the full of love and with the full of mercy? I think it's really gonna boost our like what we call confidence, and then our participation also to the church. Yeah.
All right. And Elijah, when you listen to this, I'm interested because one of the resolutions under youth leadership and core responsibility is supporting policies that fosters good governance, social justice, peace building, and meaningful youth participation in civic life. What kind of policies are you looking forward to?
See, they say when the potter makes a new pot, he does not throw the old pots away, because the old pots, because the old pot is hardened and it has got experience, and the new pot it's young and it can break. So the new pot now it's us young people now. The old pot now is the church which has got experience. So when especially the Bishop of Malai was talking about when we are poor and young, we are in the church. Do you remember that clearly? When we are poor, we don't have money right now. Myself, I don't have money. I'm in church. But now when I get in government, I hit the money, I become rich, and then I live and assume the bishops, and I don't listen to what they're saying. So let us pause and ask ourselves what happened in between here. This drives us back to the Catholic social teachings. And we are talking about things to do with integrity. We are talking about things to do with what she has just said. It's not also for the church to show mercy, because who is the church? It's me. So that tells me now, if I'm in a position of, maybe for example, dispensing my services, I should do it with the same mercy that I am asking and seeking the church to show me. So when we're coming up now with some of those things now, we are now sure that we are creating young professionals in civic lives who are guided by the church teachings. And let me draw an example from the Bible, Daniel. The Bible tells us, and Daniel was excellent in all his ways. And even when King Belteshazzar invited Daniel to interpret the Mene Mene Tekel for sin, remember this was a Babylonian, who told Daniel, I have heard that the Spirit of the Lord is inside you. You have got the wisdom of the gods inside you. So that tells you that whatever Daniel was doing guided by what God was showing him. And yesterday, there's a panelist, the lady, she was Chebet. If you listen to Chebet clearly, everything that she was saying, all our words, all our ideas, all our programs, all our works, they were all stemming from one thing, God. And where did she find this God? In church.
I like that. I don't know what Rose and my brother Joseph have to say or envisioning in terms of some of the policies that will go a long way to support in fostering good governance, social justice, some of the issues that actually have been raised. What do you think, Joseph?
Thank you again, Brian. I think one of the things was the issue they raised about empowerment and training of young people. Training them in issues to do with justice, issues to do with advocacy. There was also the issue of partnering them with mentorship programs where young people can be mentored. So we have, when we talk of governance, having key people who have excelled and the church considers as good role models to come and train and mentor these young people. Creating collaborative spaces, and I think one of the speakers yesterday talked about the creating communities where young people can meet and interact with different professionals in different spaces. Also places where young people can seek, creating spaces or programs where young people can engage in creative dialogue. Well, not creative dialogue, a dialogue that can build them up. So that was one of the areas I was looking at when we talk about this. You need to have spaces where you can learn. You can learn, you can receive mentorship, and then you can act. I like the way the YCS usually have this very nice saying, see, judge, act. So where you can come see what is being done, judge for yourself, then go and act out of what you have learned from those spaces. So if the church is able to get into that, I think that would be a good way. And I know it's part of the resolutions that we're talking about.
And are you looking forward to a day where we're going to be having parish moderators as young as you?
Yes, for sure. If anyone came, because again, why would Pope Francis then come with the issue of a church being led by a young child? Jesus himself says, I'm quoting, it's not, I know that is not exactly what he meant, but having a childlike attitude, the kingdom of heaven belongs to these young children. A childlike attitude means you have an attitude where you are not a know-it-all. You can also learn. So I think for me, if I would get one day, and God gives wisdom, you can find a young person who's very wise. If today you found a Pope who's 40 years old, would you refuse the Pope because he's 40 years old? Would you? When President Obama became president at, was it 40 something years, did they refuse him because he was he was 40 years. They were quite older. Even the vice president was older than him, but they could listen to what he had to say. So I think maturity and wisdom do not necessarily go hand in hand with age.
Okay, Rose, what do you have to say? Are you looking forward to a young person like you becoming a parish moderator? You walk into the PPC, you see it is comprising of this age. Are you looking forward to that?
Yes, absolutely. And I think I can see the same in my parish.
Wow.
Because our parish secretary is part of the Young Catholic Adults.
Look at that.
Yes. So we are already there.
So you are
living in the future.
Okay,
yes,
you're already there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but as far as policy is concerned, I think there's a lot of issues that are, a lot of problems that young people are facing that could be dealt with in terms of policy. Part of the things are the problems we have with employment or lack thereof, of unemployment, underpayment, are things that can be sorted with policy. We have policies that are addressing the dignity of work, the dignity of the workers. We have that covered, and most of the challenges, financial challenges that young people are facing are then covered. We have problems with corruption that definitely affect the sharing of resources or the available resources. And these are things that then fast forward, they cause the unemployment, or this the gap between the rich and the not so rich is very big. And then we get that the people who are actually doing meaningful work do not get good remuneration, or they don't get good compensation for it. I think balancing those social imbalances would be part of the biggest things that I would do if I was in a position. So focusing on justice, social justice, and also the dignity of work, because those are the two main reasons, two main challenges that I think policy can be able to address in the young people.
All right. Good. Subanis,
right.
I don't know. Are we right to go, or you have something to add?
Okay. I don't know whether there is an interview that we had with Most Reverend Martin Kivuva, the Archbishop of Mombasa. And I really love the point that Rose has put forward. And allow me just to get to it. The strong message from Archbishop Martin Kivuva that the church and the society must be willing to share the loaves they have with the young people. Remember the story of the 5 loaves and 2, was it 5 loaves and 2 fish? So in other words, those who have the knowledge, those who have got their skills, the experience and the opportunities and the platforms available should not hold everything for themselves. I think this is what came up during your panel discussions, right? There was this feeling that the adults are not giving their all. Others are holding back. And that is the point that Most Reverend Martin Kivuva of Mombasa also raised. And also, which also connects with the challenge from Most Reverend Anthony Muheria, the Vice Chairman of AMECEA, that being with the young people is a risk the church must be willing to take. Because giving young people responsibility is, in his words, that it means trusting them, allowing them to participate, to contribute also their gifts, and sometimes even do things differently. The same way, allow me to call you prophet. Elijah said, making mistake, but you are able to learn from your mistake, right? Okay. So back to you, Bramwell.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is now an opportunity for us to wind up this particular conversation, because we are also preparing or joining our colleagues on the other side for a big event as well. But I'll give you a minute each to say your last words to your young people that you've represented today. I'll begin again with Rose, going to Joseph, and then we'll move all the way.
Okay. First of all, that it has been an honor to be representing you, the young people, in the country and also in the region. And that things are looking up. We should just keep doing what we are doing, keep encouraging speech, keep speaking up, and keep acting in a way that matches the speech that we have. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Joseph?
For me, to our young people, and my fellow young, my fellow young people, they will attack me. It was a humbling for me to represent you here. And in a special way, I want to thank the leaders who came before us.
Right.
They did set pace for all that we have been able to achieve so far. And I pray for those who will come after us, because again, yesterday, Prof said, you don't remain young forever. At some point, you have to grow old. And I think those who will come, I pray they continue with the same spirit. I think the youthful energy is an energy the church needs. And I like what the statement the church put out, that the reason we have young people is for the church to always receive renewal. Yeah. So for me, that is your strength. And all changes that have always been brought are never brought about by people who are old or tired, but usually are brought by young people. So keep going, keep believing, and keep hoping.
Right, I like that. Elijah, what do you have to say?
I am going to ride on the words of Paul to Timothy, 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 12. Do not let anyone look down upon you because you are young, but set an example to all believers in speech, in conduct, in faith, and in love. And what we have just experienced during all these sessions has been really, really, really amazing. And I would also like to thank Bill and also Rosie for having found it also in the art to have a student representative also as part of the delegation in this AMACEA. The last time we had such a delegation was in 2014 in Malawi. So we are talking about, we have just cracked something which was around 12 years plus. Yeah. So thank you so much, Bill. Thank you so much, Rosie. And also thank you so much for Cosmos and also his team for having founded that also the student also need to sit down at this table and listen and follow out through the proceeding. May God bless you all.
Right.
For my East African users, I would like to say keep pushing, keep doing better, and then there is hope in Jesus Christ. That's really take for granted forever. So let's work together, and then I think everything will be okay.
All right.
So we have a hope.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your good job as well. Asanteni sana. And to my colleagues, I really appreciate you as well for your time this morning. I have to say thank you for the good job. Sylvia?
Thank you so much. And I would say that thank you for the delegates for sharing your insights. And now it's implementation. The world is on your side. Let it be translated to our parishes. Yes. Yeah. So to my side, thank you. And you have a great day.
All right.
Mine is also to thank you for the humble opportunity for accepting to join this joint media breakfast show, and also safe travels, safe flight back to your country, and let's continue to follow up on the developments that will follow after this plenary comes to an end. So before I wind up, Bramwell, allow me to recognize the following. Kiprotich from Our Lady of Mercy, Kipkelion. Good morning. Now your team, we are following the program with the youths, are very, very real, and I really feel blessed because the church is listening to us. That is the youth. Okay, good morning, my brothers and sisters. Asanteni sana. Listening to you. Huyo ni Lilian kutoka upande wa Kericho. Ama KCO. Vile tuko na nani Amina. Kwa kufuatia mjadala wa leo, nimejifunza kwamba vijana wana uwezo wa kubuni mambo mbalimbali, wapewe nafasi katika kanisa. I know Joseph will translate that to you later. Okay, kwa nasema kwamba watoto wa mama mpo, the discussion with our youths is really alive and real. Thank you so much. May God bless you. So as we now prepare to move to the press briefing, like just to thank you for